Ooh, no. Ooh, whoa. There we go. And we are live, in theory. Hi, everybody. Let me know if anything's off. Lolly ho, Jelly Bean. Best Bean is here. Indeed, Tethys, good to see ya. Ray, good to see ya. Astriel, good to see you, glad to have you. Curalea, good to see you, glad to have you. Aubrey, good to see you, glad to have you. LaBarbecue, good to see you, glad to have you. Issa, welcome back. I'm glad, I know you've been busy. Good to see you, glad to have you. Auroria, good to see you, glad to have you. Power's back on so I can do laundry and edit out. Nice. Chris, good to see you, glad to have you. Chris again, good to see you, glad to have you. General Kenobi. Chris's identity has been revealed. Good to see you, glad to have everyone. Oh, I haven't done my daily roulette. Anyone want to do a leveling roulette real quick to do, to get XP for Dragoon, as part of our warm-up? If anyone wants to come join me, I'm at the tea tree. We'll get doing that real quick. Jalali, good to see you, glad to have you. All the Chris's, yes, everyone must legally change their name to Chris now, else there will be repercussions? Ugh, how's everybody doing? How's everybody's afternoon, morning, or evening? I know we have a varied repertoire of peoples. Sure, I'll join. I'm leveling. Let me log in real quick. Sure. Shiva Day. No, Silver Kogaku. Actually, today is, Ysail Day, but we're only going up to Snowcloak today because we're finishing the back little bit of 2.3, and there's a lot of 2.4. And then Shiva is at the very tail end of 2.4. So I don't know that we'll have time to get to Shiva Day. So it's more Ysail Horshaphant Day. But tomorrow, next time maybe Shiva Day. Unless we're doing really well on time, in which case today it will be Shiva Day, I guess. I'm sometimes named Chris. Real name is Crystal. There you go. Now we've got 3 Chris's. Oh no, it's gonna be like that Fallout vault with all the Garys. We'll still get to see you sail though, which is good. Yes, very much so. And Horshaphant. Oh, hey, it's Destinium. Destinium in chat? I didn't think I saw Destinium. No. Okay, well, interesting. Well, okay, I'm gonna wait for about 60 more seconds, and then I will try to do the roulette solo. Real name is Chrissy. Okay, so apparently we have 4 Chris's. Although we never really do good on time unless chat is dead. It's true. And even when chat is dead, I'm also way more low energy and low key, so thank you. I know that I can be somewhat of an extra and or manic person. I try to play it down a relative certain amount. And I know that such reactions in lieu of something like this may seem to be played up for the camera, but it's genuinely... what? In terms of my reaction. So, first off, thank you very much, Astriel. That'll be going towards the cosplay stream. So, if you guys have a specific cosplay you want, we can do that, especially Astriel. But, otherwise I guess we'll do Eorzean, just because that'll be humorous. Thank you very much. Okay. Let me catch up on chat. Hello, Curalea. Aubrey. Gobbies indeed. Moni. Elio.exe has stopped responding. It's not apparently breaking visa. Yeah, you broke Elio again. We'll chime in from time to time from this point, still taking care of what's needed to be done for the past 5 hours. Yeah, Aurora, no worries. Thanks for lurking, Ethel. You killed him. Holy moly. Good afternoon. This is DJ. Good to see you. Glad to have you. I just saw the donation. Yeah, you're adorable, sweetheart. Super patient with a dork like me, and I love to show my appreciation. Yeah, look, guys, especially with how things have been really stressful lately, not being able to like have a lot of energy. I can't tell you how much that means to me, especially because there will be a decrease in revenue from videos because I haven't been able to produce like good videos for like that tend to get good amounts of views. So this goes a long way to helping make my life a lot more sustainable and things for the channel more sustainable. So thank you very, 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 very much. Okay, I had to pop in and know what was screaming was about. Ysael cosplay. But Ysael cosplay is I could do Ysael cosplay pretty easy. Yeah, deep breaths. Holy moly. Justinium, good to see you, glad to have you. Oh, there's Chris. Let's get that accepted. Okay, looks like we've got Lolly's here. Justinium, I have no idea if you were interested, but I'm gonna invite you anyways. If we could get one healer. It was Crystal, right? Yes. Though I think we already have our 4, so depending on if Justinium's in. We need a healer though, because I have to be on Dragoon. No, just cosplaying as ice melting on the table. get that Deadpool stream people were joking about going. Martin the Blue Mage mentor after the ruffian stole his costume. That's the cosplay I want. Would be cheap too. I mean, I can just take off my clothes now. Well, I think I'm going commando, so I don't think I actually can just take off my clothes to do that. Yeah, reminder, no spoilers. By spoilers, we mean anything from Endwalker and any major reveal from any expansion. If you wouldn't have wanted it spoiled for you, then don't spoil it for others. Yes. Okay, I may have to kick one of you guys if no one's going to do healer. Level 90 white mage and 75 stage. Yeah, then Kira, we'll go with you then. There's only room for one Dragoon in this party. Is Kira coming? Depends on if Kira comes quickly. Which world? Crystal Curl. Crystal Curl. It's always Crystal Curl. For Elio. Yeah, no, Chris, you're good. We need the tank. But neither Justinium nor Shalali is changing over, so we'll just switch one of them out for Kira. I'm assuming that you guys can't switch over. You don't have a healer ready to go. Well, actually, Jalali, you should. You have Summoner, so you should have Scholar. Okay, I'm gonna go run and get a lemonade real quick. I don't think I'm ever gonna get over, or I'm definitely never gonna get used to Jalali. Jalali, you know that if you have Summoner leveled, you have Scholar leveled, right? So if you check your Scholar level, it's at 51 as well. I don't care what we're doing, but I have Sage. I'm not confident it's the rotation. We're doing like low level stuff. Did not start quest. Oh right. So yeah. So either Justinium switch over, or we're gonna switch over for Kira. And I'm giving it 60 seconds before we continue on, because I don't want to make the stream wait too much longer. And also, like, again, we're going to be doing sub-level 50 content. There is no job with a hard rotation at 50. Yeah. Okay. Oh, looks like we've got a healer now. So, like, we're going to go for it. Sorry, Kira. I'll catch you. I'll make sure that you have a slot for Snowcloak when we do it later this stream. I have surprise for everyone but Jelly when I get home. Surprise for everyone but Jellybean? Yeah. Oh. What? Wait, don't engage. Don't engage. I had the wrong thing. I had the wrong thing selected. Yeah, can you... Yeah, no, we have to engage now because Chris ran in, and so we can't. Or, wait, no. Did we have the right thing selected? Oh, wait, no, we just got Titan. Oh, okay. No, we had the right thing selected. We just got Titan. That's wild. No, yeah, no, that's not your fault. The delay is way too great. I just realized that, no, we're fine. I was just wrong. My brain broke there because I was like, well, wait, how could we possibly have Titan on leveling? But you can get the primals on hard. I've had it happen, I think, like once with Ifrit. So you're good to fight. To continue on to your custom class, yeah, what would be a dominant look for Dark Reaper and Paladin Sage, just weapon prominent spells? Yeah, so here's what I'll say. I actually think like the most interesting version of that job would actually probably be something more like Reaper Paladin. And that would be interesting because of they're both representatives of defending the helpless. Like, ultimately, the fundamental conception behind the two is protecting royalty and defending the helpless. So there's like a beautiful symmetry there. So that's a third option, and that actually might be the most interesting option. But so what would the look be? So a Dark Reaper. So here's the thing, you can only wield one job crystal at a time. So to combine them, I mean, I guess we wouldn't be wielding job crystal, it'd be a new job all its own. Okay, so we have to develop the look and the lore for each of those, don't we? Tea Tree is Limsa, right? Yes! Gabi's talkie flaps are sealed. Okay, apparently Jellybean and Issa have a secret. Okay. Pounding a gorilla Titan. Thank you guys, that went by really fast. So sorry for the wrong warning earlier on. I was just thrown for such a loop with that. Okay, so you have, let's walk through the three, which we have Reaper Dark Knight, Paladin Sage, and we have, also Paladin Sage, if you look at the fact that there's a Paladin, well, she's not really a Paladin, but she's basically a Paladin in the jobs. Thank you guys. Aw, thank you for the kisses. Okay, leaving that, and then let's go get the Dragoon going. 47, awesome, we're almost to level 50. We're almost to the proper level we need to be for going into Heavensward. Oh, it's Kira. Oh, let me add you as a friend then. That way I'll be able to see you whatever. Sorry we missed you, but I'll make sure you get in for Snowcloak for sure. So if we have three options, and those options are Reaper Paladin, Reaper Dark Knight, and Paladin Sage. Well, because of the Sage's lore, you can only have that being a byproduct of Sharlayan. Because of the Reaper's lore, you don't have to limit to Garleans because you can make Pact with a Void Scent without being Garlean. But the new lists are so specific to Sharlayan. You be constructing your own crystal, yeah. Dark Knight can be anywhere, effectively. And then Paladin, the idea of the Paladin, while tied very specifically and its practices to Ul'dah, because of the nature of free Paladins, you could be a free Paladin in theory anywhere. I'm gonna sit and think about that as I do the voice lines for this. And again, Astriel, thank you so much. Jesus, my brain is breaking every time I look at that number. Oh my god. Impeccable timing, Elio. A message arrived from Estinian but moments ago. Much to my astonishment, he would trade words with us and bid us meet him at Boulder Downs. As to his true intentions, I cannot say. It may be a trap, but we must go nonetheless. I trust I can count upon your company. Hey, yeah, it's Purple! Welcome to being an Archon! I hope you enjoy all of your emotes. For those of you who are Archon, now's a good time to emote. Although I know that the only emote you guys tend to do is Gobby Boom. Oh, Virna logged in. Well, now I'm bloody green. Yeah, we gotta figure out, we gotta look into seeing if I can change those colors. And there goes the emotes. Sexy. Oh, there's sexy Elio. Maybe Elio. There we go. You take your time. I hope I don't make you feel pressured to answer. No. Okay, I want to be very, very, very clear with all of you guys. One of the worst things that can happen is nobody talking or like having questions or interesting points of conversation, because then like I don't have something to bounce off of, and it's like that kind of sucks. Like that's low. Like that makes things more low energy. So no, I don't feel pressured at all. I'm just this is a fun point of conversation that we're gonna get back around to. I just have to balance everything. Balancing things is fun. It's not stressful. That's fun. Not having anyone engage, that's stressful. Because then I feel like I'm not entertaining or not doing or not, you know, yeah. Let's get that Stinian! Gobby Boom, always and forever. And there's fanboying Graha. It's so funny to me that this is the Vigil armor. You'd think the Vigil armor of all the armors would be like an armor-ass armor. Greetings, Master. It has been too long. Istinian, end this folly at once. You must know that each second the eye passes outside Ishgard's walls brings us closer to a repeat of the tragedy of 20 summers past. Surrender yourself and the eye, and return with me to Ishgard before it's too late. Ah, but it is already too late, Master. For you see, Nidhogg has already awakened. What? Hear me, Master. You have mistaken the cause of the dragons. Return the eye... dragons return. The eye is not to blame. A premonition came to me by virtue of the dragon within, warning me that the great worm would soon rouse. Even as he slumbered, Nidhogg seized with irrepressible rancor for the wound of 20 years ago. That rancor will send him flying at speed, as a speeding arrow to Ishgard, whereupon death and devastation will ensue. But there is a possible solution. Were the eye taken to a remote land, far from the Holy See, then and only then could destruction be averted and the lives of the innocents of Ishgard be spared. You mean to make a bait of yourself? Nay, there is more to this than you let on. You seek vengeance for Ferndale. To me, the two are one and the same. You know my past better than anything else. It was for no reason than to avenge my family that I became a dragoon. Dragoons long outlive men and do not soon forget the wrongs done to them. What grudge they harbor burns as fires in their hearts, over time swelling into an unquenchable inferno. You need only look back on history to see that Nidhogg grows stronger with each awakening. When last he darkened our skies, the great worm came within a hair's breadth of laying waste to Ishgard. Not short of death will prevent him from completing his mission when next he wakes. Nidhogg took everything from me. Now I shall take everything from him, even if it means my life. The eye works in a way men can ill comprehend, but this much is plain. In choosing 2 Azure Dragoons in one generation, it means for us to join together in common cause. Adventurer, you have heard my resolution. Now I ask that you lend me your power. I, the power of the dragon. In the long, proud history of Ishgard, never before have 2 Azure Dragoons arisen in the same era to fight as one. This is our best, nay, our only chance to send the great worm to eternal slumber. Behold my armor. This is the Draken mail forged in the lifeblood of dragons. As blood calls to blood, so too does the armor call to the dragon within, redoubling the wearer's strength thereby. If you would realize your potential as Azure Dragoon, you must needs clad yourself in the same. Clad so you will inherit the technique passed from the Azure Dragoon to Azure Dragoon, down through the generations. Then and only then will your training be complete. But first you must win the Draken mail as I and Sir Albric did before you, by proving yourself worthy in the ultimate trial of the Azure, a series of battles so harrowing as to send the unworthy to an early demise. Fun fact, the armor that was crafted by the blood of the dragons throughout, the interregnum, the current period of Ishgardian history, can also be crafted by Dragon Fire. So now the new Dragoon armors can be crafted as a symbol of unity between the two, rather than of hunting and death. Master, once the adventurer acquires the armor, pray see to it that he learns to harness the power of the dragon in full. Istinian, wait! Save your words. I do not mean to make myself easy prey for dragons. How does he get all that hair under there? I take my leave of you. Tethys going, Tethys a bit lusty over here. And yep, it's Purple's joining in. So a friend of mine wanted to combine Reaper Ninja and Ast. That's combining 2 jobs is a lot. Combining 3? I gotta hear the pitch on that. Yeah, my idea was that Ninja was the dominant skill, Reaper would be added, and Ass cards would be throwable, but I'm not sure that works. Yeah, so here's the thing. If you are doing the cards, all your focus is on that. If you're doing the Ninja, your focus is on using the mudras. If you're on Reaper, you need to be focused on your pact entity. The thing is that you can't wholesale just combine them. You would have to combine, so for instance, you could have the aspect of astral drawing aether from the stars to do certain things, but you can't, if you throw everything in together, there's a reason that doesn't happen, and it's not just job crystals. It's because job crystals are a shortcut. You have to have skill and knowledge to wield them, but in order to be able to use abilities, you would have to spend your entire life just learning one of those arts, let alone all three. So to do it like that, I think you need to like find a way to synthesize them rather than just stapling them together, in my mind. Early Estinian is like turbo emo. Yeah, early Estinian is he's not even edgelordy. He's just like basic in a lot of ways. Estinian. Forgive me, I was deep in thought. Now then, as to acquire the armor of which Estinian spoke. At first it was my intention to bequeath mine own armor to you. I am an Azure Dragoon no longer, and its powers are wasted on me. It would be simple enough to hand over to you and complete your training right here and now. But it is as Estinian said, the dragon armor is no ordinary set of mail. Its strength derives from the dragon blood whence it came, the blood's power resonating with the soul of the wearer. Though I can no longer draw upon mine own armor's power, it is bound to me. Its bond to me was forged years ago. Were I to bestow it on you now, I fear it would offer but a scintilla of the protection it afforded me in those bygone days. Aye, Estinian has the right of it. You must claim your armor as he and I did before you. You must complete the trials of the Azure, and the powers of the dragon's blood be yours, and yours alone. The ogre's belly will be where your final test begins. Shall dispatch Sir Brookmont there. Seek him out upon your arrival. Thirsty Thancred is only taught by exposed Ellison. Mood. Aaron, good to see you, glad to have you. Joined together all right. Yeah, there you go. Aaron says I live right after the lightning strike here. Coincidence? Apparently Aaron is definitely Frankenstein's monster. I legit forgot how long I ended up taking to learn some of the classes about the crystal. Yeah, well that's the thing is that the reason, like if you don't have a job crystal, the job is a lifetime worth of learning just to learn. So like, you're not gonna learn to be a samurai without a job crystal, learn to be a samurai, a ninja, all those things. Now, what you can do for combining jobs is you could synthesize practices and take aspects of things and make a new practice wholesale from that. So like a dark mixed with a Reaper is not going to be a dark plus a Reaper. You're going to be taking aspects of both and combining them. Namely, with the Reaper, it is the fundamental connection with the Pact Companion. However, with the Dark Knight, you're taking aspects of the rage, of the injustice, of the darkness within, of the shadows of rage and within. Now, both of them are using I don't know why I just went through all there without stopping. You think about how both use a companion, the idea of the other self, right? So how can you synthesize those into something that's interesting? With Paladin and Sage, what you could do is you have a Stalwart Guardian and you have a Healer. Now, how do you combine those? Well, the Sage is already a shielding type healer. Can you combine the new liths with sword and shield, but then restrict the abilities of those like how about like dual new liths and sword and shield? So there's still 4 objects, and then you're restricted you have much more restricted in your ability. All your magics are built around shielding much more than healing. Now, while there's still clemency, it's not that Paladin doesn't have access to healing, but you have to find a way to synthesize rather than addition. Purple Mage combine Red and Blue Mage for ultra extraness. I mean, Red Mage is already a combination of White Mage and Black Mage, though, in a lot of ways. And so, like, that's the other thing is, remember that, like, the closest we get to a real-world combination is Red Mage as a combination of Black and White. But even Red Mage is a completely different weapon. It has the verse spells. It has an identity all its own while synthesizing the two ideas of Black and, of damage and of damaging spells and healing spells. But then it has the martial aspect as well. You've grown strong since last we met, adventurer, but you're impaled in comparison with your Azure forebearers. If you would prove me wrong, let your lands do the talking. Ooh, a shield that splits apart to be turrets. Oh, yeah, I like that. So I would say like not even turrets, but like kind of, I mean, I don't know that turrets, well. Turrets are more interesting in something different, but like I like the idea that your weapon is you have a shield that splits into like Newless or something like that. Because that's something different. Once again, adventurer, you prove yourself worthy beyond my expectations. Take this, but know that your trial is only just begun. Your next challenge lies in the chamber beyond. Sir Hostinian awaits you there. Scholar back in 11 function as Red Mage, but focus more on the powerful spells rather than added swordplay, but you combine Red Mage. But the thing is, also Red Mage is tied into the historical Red Mage of, like, literally, like, Red Mage from FF1 and, the like. So, like, it also has precedence. So, like, you can look to past precedents as well. But the thing is that Sage is Sage and Reaper are effectively wholesale completely new. As they exist in 14. Like, yes, there are things that have had the idea of Sage, and, like, things have had the Scythe. But Reaper, in every meaningful way, is a wholesale brand new, and Sage is wholesale brand new. Your foreigner would don the dragon armor, then prove to us that you will not do it in dishonor. Where's the hostile presence? Oh, there it is. So I guess we can remember that we can toss aside the weapons. Okay, here's my pitch for Dark Knight Reaper. Trick weapons. You just full straight up do Bloodborne. Okay, the class is called Hunter, and it is like we're using Bloodborne as our base template for. So the weapon, do you make it like oh my god, what's his name? Of the Dream. He has the burial scythe as his weapon. Garamond. So do you make it like a Garamond scythe, or do you give it something like the Saw Cleaver? Is the question. Sir Albric said the eye had chosen you, and you would appear he speaks true. The armor is yours. Wear it with pride and honor. Your trial is not complete, but be forewarned. Many before you have made it this far, only to fall at the final challenge. Do not let overconfidence be your downfall. Wait, doesn't she come back? Doesn't she come back in the like later quests? Am I crazy? Is she one of the Dragoons in later quests, or is that a different character? I really do love the new classes, them exploring brand new concepts. Yeah, and they're going to continue to have to because they're running out of like anything to have as a reference point at this point. Like Geomancer is one of the few like things that have existed prior. I love trick weapons so damn much. Yeah, me too. Speaking of, if you like trick weapons. So like the thing is that this to me definitely speaks like Dark Knight Reaper. Like you can imagine something like the Saw Cleaver as like a combination class weapon. Super Narwhal, it's good to see you, glad to have you. Kirkhammer Job, Warrior combo followed by Red Mage, melee combo. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I was thinking about that. You could make jobs based off of every one of the, you could definitely make a job. Hessian comes back. Yeah, okay, she does. Isn't she the Dragoon with the, like, a pale armor that, we meet in the, like, 60? I think it's the 60. I don't think it's the 70. Job quests. Am I going crazy? Yep, yeah, okay, that is her. I recognized her name, and then I recognized her hair, and I was like, wait a second. Am I going... Is it underground? Is that what's up? Oh, yeah, it's underground. That's what's up. She comes back in heaven... Oh, the barbecue. Sorry, I missed her. Yes, she comes back in Heaven's Word Dragon Quest. Yep. Okay, yeah. It's just interesting that she changes armor. And home. Welcome back, Issa! Monster Hunter Charge Blades are so cool. Yeah. Monster Hunter Charge Blades, yeah. So, like, the thing is that, like, I'm trying to think of, do you combine the scythe and a greatsword, or do you make something wholesale new? I think, okay, I say you go with something like the, like, Saw Cleaver. But I don't know if that has enough personality to it for that. So you've made it this far. Very well. Prove yourself worthy of the Azure or die in the effort. Gotta love Ishgardians. Always so sentimental. D, good to see you. Glad to have you. Okay, so the trick combo weapon for the Paladin Sage combo is like a shield made of Newliths or something. That works. For the Reaper, okay, now, and then there's a trick weapon, something like the Saw Cleaver for the Reaper, Reaper Dark Knight. Now, what is the Reaper Paladin? What is a dark weapon? Oh, okay, you know what? I've got an idea for something like a sword within a sword. So like you've got for the Reaper Dark Knight, you've got what is like a great sword, but it looks like a there's like a blade without a tip surrounding a blade on the inside. And what happens is you can like do that and they become two swords. And while two swords does exist, I mean, two swords doesn't... two swords kind of already exist with ninja. It's kind of a different... well, you could actually instead... No, we should use that idea for Gladiator, because Gladiator's whole thing is, like, the sword. So maybe that makes more sense to have it be the Reaper Paladin to be, yeah, the, like, a sword within a sword, because then go, like... You've demonstrated the powers to me beyond a doubt. Aye, there's not an Ishgardian who would gainsay your right to don the armor of dragoons. I shall send word ahead of Sir Albric that you have passed the trials here. It is he who will present you with the fourth piece of armor and consummate your training. Go now, my fellow dragoon, and deliver this land from the Great Worm's wrath. Have Paladin Sage different forms that can switch, and it's used Newlith change to fit the form to make it all the rounded class. Okay, here's my argument. I think if you create a new class, I think if you create a new job, like I was talking about with Synthesis and like I was talking about with Red Mage and stuff, I think you have to wholesale make sure that the weapon's different. I think you can make something that's similar in spirit, but I think the weapon has to be fundamentally... I don't think you can use Newliths. I don't think the shield can be for Newliths. I think it has to be something else. Else you're just making an addition job rather than a synthesis job, right? And we want to avoid the addition jobs. We want to create something that is a synthesis. A great sword that becomes two swords is such a great trope. Yeah. Man, I fucking love the trick weapons from Bloodborne. Paladin form is the turrets form a shield in the form a shield in the offhand. Heal would be the turrets forming wings behind you. And the DPS would be the turrets forming around the swords. Quick strikes. Oh, there's something here I like. Also, Aoun, good to see you, glad to have you. I think you said something earlier. Sorry, I've missed you. I'm glad that also buffs allies like Dancer, both dual swords might call it Spell Singer. I don't know. So, I think I think we can't make a wholesale new job. I think we can create these synthesis jobs where we can use a dual swords thing, but I don't know that creating a new job just while everything else in the game exists as it does. I don't think you'd ever see a dual swords because we already get close enough with the dual weapons of Gladiator to Paladin and the dual daggers of Ninja. And so I don't know that we would see a dual swords in a world in which we're talking about pure new classes rather than synthesis classes, jobs. That's my argument. I hear from Sir Brookmont that you proved most impressively. Yes, I stand more convinced than ever that you will be the one to save our land. Yet be warned, Elio, one last trial awaits. You will face the trial in the presence not of knights, but of ghosts. Make your way towards the Steel Vigil and seek out the gravestone north and west of the structure. Take with you this flute, and when you reach your destination, blow a single strong note. A visitor shall soon arrive. Entertain your guest, and should he leave behind a present, return here to me. Dual huge fans. I mean, we literally have a Zima. I think the thing is about dual huge fans is that you could definitely see those fans already existing for Dancer, but I'd like the idea. But we already have like a representation of that in a Zima. A great sword, yeah. Maybe your sword could dismantle into Newliths, like when you're using a large shield to protect the party. Okay, here's the pitch. You only have one weapon as the Paladin Sage combination, but you're essentially using something to become the thing. So like you can switch between a damage mode and a healer mode, so it keeps Estriel's idea, but you're switching between these things becoming one or the other. And basically imagine they're like Newliths, and they switch between becoming a sword for like a damage mode, and then a shield for, oh, maybe not a sword, maybe something else for this, for there's the heal mode and the tank mode. right? Well, I guess sword and shield probably works best. It's probably best to synthesize like that. So you're switching between shield mode and sword mode. And when you have access to one, you don't have access to the other. I'm liking the idea. Ooh, to sword whip like Ivy. Again, so like once we go into the realm of talking about weapons that don't exist at all prior, that like also theoretically could potentially exist for jobs in the future, then it becomes, to my mind, like I feel like we want to think about exotic weapons that are different, that you wouldn't ever see show up maybe for another job. Like to me, that's the most interesting version of a synthesis. Whereas if we just do like, I feel like a sword whip, or like especially like a whip, I don't know why I went to the wrong vigil, could end up being not even conventional. It's not even the right choice, but yeah. Something like a Pavice shield that you can teleport in front of other players to block them from attacks. Yeah, that kind of works. Bard and Dancer would be perfect for each other. I feel like combining song and dance. Yeah, synthesizing Bard and Dancer would be really interesting. That would definitely be very, very interesting. And I think you could just call it a songstress. Call that the songstress. I mean, like the Dancer is already rooted in a lot of the like classic stuff for that too. But call it songstress and what's its weapon? Quarterstaff tank class. Well, again, so this coming up with something wholesale new is a completely. I want to be very careful because this will quickly devolve into talking about theoretical jobs. We are talking about synthesizing two jobs, right? Rather than talking about creating a wholesale new job. If we saw a quarter staff, I mean, the thing is that we already have like multiple staffs between black, and I realize that like mage foci are very different to. Fun fact: symbol of Menfina here. Becomes very different, yeah. I know, right? I'm so disappointed that Bard and Dancer skills can't link with each other's rotation. Yeah. The segments of the sword split off into different functions. Yeah. Still want something with either a big ink brush or magic quills and crystal tiles that can have runes added to them. Silver Kogaku over here. Some of you guys are just so horny for that Rune Knight idea. My problem is that the Rune Knight, I think like you need to. I don't know why, but I really don't like the name Rune Knight for 14. Like the idea of like a job just being a Rune Knight. This is just a Druthers thing. This is and the thing is that you need to make it so conceptually different that it becomes. I think we could see something like it. Dancer Ninja. Yeah, Dancer Ninja could be. That'd be. I'm trying to think about that. And as for big ink brush, at least you can go do Omega. There's the Omega 05. I think I can forget which one it is. Once these scantily clad archivists, well, we don't have those yet, but sign up for a Patreon anyways, in which case you may become a part of our only archons once we start that. For your Reaper Dark weapon, it could be more like GU's Scythe weapon, Scythe, changing segments of GU's Scythe. I don't know. Changing segments of it, and you can make it into Charlie and futuristic like class that use digital stuff. Well, but that's not so like. To me, though, if you're going to do Charlian, though, that's when you include Sage. So, like, Reaper Dark is not rooted in... I mean, like, you could do Magitech stuff because of the Garleans, I guess, instead of the Charlians. So, like, I would root it more in the Garlean stuff. Because remember, like, we need to come up with the lore for it, too. And that needs to make some kind of contextual sense. And, I mean, you don't need to make Reaper Garlean, but it makes the most sense. Your presence before me indicates you've seen the visitor. Have you aught to show for your deeds? Ah, the skulls of Greywin, old warrior of Dravanian horde. It is said that in ages past he'd bring down a castle with a single breath. His strength has dwindled since those days, but a dragon past his prime is a formidable foe nonetheless. In slaying him, you have proven yourself worthy of this. You now possess 4 pieces of the armor that Estinian, myself, and our forebears did wear. While you doubtless wonder about the 5th, I can tell you only that it is not mine to give. Fear not, however. Your triumph in the trials and against the dragons of the Horde give evidence to that dragon blood now resonates with yours. Yes, you stand before me as prepared for your ultimate challenge, as any could be. And yet before we proceed, I would hear it from your own lips. The Great Worm's power is the stuff of legends. Have you truly resolved to fight this battle? To risk your own life to deliver a foreign land from the clutches of its ancient foe? When you are certain that your mind is settled, return and speak to me. Okay. Let us go get back to the MSQ. Actually, do I have the armor? Or do I only get it once I get the 5th? Nope, I have it. Okay. But I'm not level 50 yet. Speaking of shirtless Elzins. Gone too soon. Okay, let's catch up on you guys. Lol, call the Bard, Dancer, and Toner to make Yoko Taro happy. Let's not say we didn't, and dear God. But actually, that is a good call out. But no, I think Songstress definitely, to me, is the easy... Because Songstress is like a historical job that has existed in other Final Fantasies. Dancer Ninja. I still need to think about Dancer Ninja. Newlith's merge into staff for attack and shield for defense. Newlith's merge into staff for attack and shield for defense. See, but the thing is that staff is neither related to Sage nor is it related to Paladin. To me, like that having a mimicry of the sword and shield makes sense, because then you're having something that's abstracted from what Paladin is, but at the same time is rooted in something that is analogous. Archer originally was going to be an Ink Mage and uses Aether to create copies of things and essentially be Mind Bloom and Archer as VR. I haven't decided what to call it. Oh, Archer, your character. Oh, okay, we're talking about headcanon lore stuff. What about Paladin Dragoon? Paladin Dragoon. Guys, now you're just... Oh, Embergotten! Good to see you, glad to have you, by the way. Now you're just creating combos that are, like... We haven't finished one of these combos, let alone finish them. Songstress would be nice to further nod to X2. Yeah, I would gladly take any nods to any of the Sphere Grid stuff from X2. I'm Ryan, parked at the tree, gonna AFK. There will help wife finish unpacking all her stuff. Sounds good, Issa. Give your wife my best. Jellybean. Could warrior and either summoner or scholar be combined even more than their current symbiotic relationship? Oh, I see. I was with the symbiotic relationship. I was like, right, in terms of like them being the strengths for each other. Yeah, I can think on that. The problem is that the warrior's rage that defines what the warrior is said to be like something that takes a lifetime to master in any meaningful way. So how you synthesize that with summoner or scholar, I don't know, unless you incarnate the rage. Unless you use your own rage to incarnate a being made of your ethereal will. But like, whether or not that works in lore gets a little wonky. Because remember, you can't add two jobs together. You have to like find a way to like create something new from their practices. Because it takes a lifetime to learn to learn to be a warrior. There's literally the comment in I think EE1 that one of the warriors upon reaching the age of 80 was like, ah yes, I am now halfway to becoming a true warrior. Pray forgive me if I tread over old ground, but I would first speak of the grand plan. Since the advent of the 7th Astral Era, the leaders of the three nations have been deliberating over an accord that seeks to bring disparate forces of Eorzean together into a single entity. A realm-wide grand company, if you will. The military might of such an institution would be drawn from every corner of the land and directed against threats that no single nation could hope to overcome alone. Yet, while the purpose of this hypothetical organization is undisputed, the logistics of its formation have become the source of endless debates. And the longer these discussions continue, the more I sense the impetus towards unification draining away. Thus have I been campaigning for the creation of what might be considered a trial company. It will be on a much smaller scale than what we had hoped to eventually achieve, but capable of the same manner of unrestricted operations accorded to the Scions. It is my hope that the successful utilization of such a force will lend momentum to the lagging deliberations. Also, being a primarily military outfit, I mean to assuage fears of its misuse by placing the fledgling organization under the authority of the antecedent. The Scions work tirelessly to protect Eorzea and its people. But as you yourself have witnessed with the refugee revolt, there are limitations of what even we can achieve. With this new company under the Scion's command, however, we will be capable of responding to the wider range of difficulties without straining our resources over taxing our formidable talents. The goal of my proposed organization and those of the Scions are ultimately identical, a point conceded by all concerned. But before I can move forward with establishing the precursor to the true border-spanning Grand Company, it is yet necessary that I visit the three leaders and gain their official approval. A tiresome and time-consuming task, which is why I would ask that you accompany me on the journey, and I attend to the business of recruiting our inaugural members, while I am otherwise engaged with bureaucratic formalities. Thank you. 'Tis reassuring indeed to know that the bringers of light and discerning eye will be selecting our future allies. Our first destination will be Limsa Laminsa. Let us rendezvous at the Bulwark Hall. Let me catch up on you guys. Howdy everyone. Eden, good to see you, glad to have you. How about a banner and a dagger? I like the idea of a banner. I definitely think there's something there. Especially like having a standard of some kind. Yeah. I don't know. Dagger doesn't work for me, but I like the banner. Lance and shield's nice. Yeah, except for like wielding a lance and a shield would be a fucking nightmare. Especially for like all the practices that like are rooted in the Dragoon's powers. So I think a wand should return in some form from a conductor baton could be the weapon of a beast tamer to conduct beasts around. I feel like a beast tamer would more likely be a whip or something rooted in like what we see with Leon. Although he's got an axe, so that's just a warrior stuff. But like, I think the thing is that because they already have a wand, like, you know, like there's limits to that. But like a baton is very limited in the amount of designs you can create. I mean, like you could make stuff with it, but it's also so small. You know, like you want it to be visual, right? Like it's hard to like be engaged and interested in such a small, like to like, you know. I'd love a songstress, have Flamine be our teacher and just go nuts. Yeah, there you go. That's a great idea, Chris, especially with how tied she is into the dancer. I mean, that's why I like the dancer is already halfway plus to being songstress. There you are. I am ready to ascend to the bridge and speak with Admiral Bluefuswin. While the Admiral and I are finalizing perissary boundaries and signing parchments, I would have you begin a recruitment process in earnest. I have, of course, endeavored to spread the word of our organization through various channels, but I believe a personal approach will reach many who may otherwise remain ignorant of the opportunity. As for potential members, 'tis of no matter should they already be pledged to another institution, only that they are willing to lend their strength when the situation demands it. And you needn't range into the countryside. The upper decks alone are populated with sufficient candidates to suit our purpose. Once you've satisfied with recruiting efforts, meet me at the airship ticket counter that we might prepare for the next leg of our journey. We need to have a Han Shui class that combines both Thea and Fran. I mean, like, but that's a duo archetype. That's not really a job archetype. You know, make them a DPS class that originates from Gridania or Ul'dah. Gridania, it's more nature preservist akin to a Pokemon Ranger, and Ul'dah would possibly be from Gladiator's Arena. Are you talking about for like a Beast Tamer? I feel like you would root a Beast Tamer in something Mericidian or the same way that they do Blue Mage from somewhere outside of where we've already been. That's how I would think to do it. I mean, Gridania works, Gridania works less well. I think because of Halatali, Ul'dah works pretty well. Ah, look at all you guys. Look at all you lovely peeps. Or originate from the Aura tribes of the steppe. Yeah, that could work. I mean, you could also make the same argument, though, at the same time that the steppe that you could also do with Thavnair. Those all work. Because of domestication. Hey, Roswin! Eh? Who in the bloody hells do you think you're talking to, Drylander? I'm a pirate, not some sun knight in shining plate. If you're looking for a self-righteous fop, try not looking on that dandy at Carvalin's door. Her and Carvalin just need to hurry up and fuck already. New World should have rangers and they should just be Canadian Mounties. Well, we don't know that there's any culture like Canada up in the north. We know that there's a northern region, but we don't know what it's like. Quests that precede unfortunate events, yes. Now that I think about it, I'm still kind of surprised that there isn't many other classes that directly incorporate musical instruments into attacks aside from Bard, who's still running around with a bow. Well, I mean, think about it, though, is that you already, as a Bard, have access to a bunch of instruments, or already, like, because of the musical stuff. And, like, other than the dancer... So, like, what is, like, a demonstrably different and interesting version of a job that uses other instruments, again, that aren't already used by the Bard, which makes it incredibly limited. If you do let it be other ones that are used by the Bard for their playing of music, like, even, like, drums, how much more interesting is another support job, another support ranged, when you already have Bard? Like, there's not an increase in interest in the archetype. If Flamine was literally called the Songstress of Ul'dah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I caught that. Yeah, no, Flamine would be perfect for because of her role in it. Yeah, precursor to the...
A precursor to the United Eorzean Grand Company, Where do I admire... While I do admire your scope of ambition, my responsibilities here at Neldic and Familials keep me close to the forge. I have not time to be traipsing hither and yon across the realm. Should you require my skills as an armorer, however, I might be willing to accept some special commissions. Best tamers or call it War Crier instead originates from Row Homeland. I know that War Crier works because like you still want to be tamer, but Eorzean, I would definitely, them being from Eorzean, I think potentially works because of how relatively little we know about the Eorzean. But like at the same time, there's not anything to root it specifically in that. But yeah, that could work. If you sing, you are the instrument. Yeah, well then you got, and Richard, good to see you, glad to have you. And then I mean, like we said, that's a songstress. Is it true that bards can use any of the performing instruments, cast spells and weapons could work for them? I don't think so, no. Because if you think about the lore of the bard, especially with the like the quests, like the reason that they became a harp-like instrument was a byproduct of the twang of the bowstring, right? Like it is very specifically associated with the bowstring, and you also wouldn't be able to use any of your archer-like abilities. I guess because you can sing, because I guess there already is the singing aspect of the bard, which also kind of hampers our songstress idea. Because that does exist, you're not just playing on instruments but also singing, you in theory could use your voice and another instrument as a way to play the music, but like that would limit you so much in your capabilities that, you know. Also, this guy's got a really interesting backstory if you've never done the Ishgardian quests. There's some like stuff in the firmament. An organization with the freedom to operate with territorial impunity. I must say, your proposal intrigues me. But the Krakens will not know that there is a time to act and a time to watch, and I'm afraid that this trial company of yours falls into the latter category. Hey, Sarah, good to see you, glad to have you. Class from Garlemald that's just a Magitech lightsaber. I mean, but like, what's the further job around that, right? Like, again, this becomes a whole different discussion rather than talking about the synthesis jobs where we started. But if you're just doing a Magitech lightsaber, like, what is the job around it? Like, just a weapon or just a thing does not a job make. Master Alfino's new organization. Yes, I had heard of the formation of his trial company was in the offing. 'Tis with regrets, however, that I must decline your invitation. As commander of the Yellow Jackets, the protection of Limsa Lamensa must needs receive my full attention. So a cello bow, but it's a machine gun of arrows. Yeah, so like if you pull up Bard and if you play the quests, like literally the bow and its musical instrument capabilities grew out of archers on the battlefield singing to rouse their companions and playing their own bowstrings like a musical instrument. So it is something specific. So at least the string instruments would work. I guess the string instruments would work, but not really because you can't fire arrows from them, because like the bow is an important aspect of it. So here, if you want like my explicit opinion, no, I don't think you could like have a bard using other instruments as a weapon, because like it is important that it is a bow with the capability to be a musical instrument, even though there is the power of their own song that is in addition to it. Magitech lightsaber could be some kind of rune knight. Everybody going back to the rune knight. Jesus Christ. It's always the rune knight. Magitech lightsaber could be some kind of rune knight. We could use the New World here and make it look like some kind of Aztec warrior. But like, we don't, as far as we know, the New World doesn't have Magitech like that. So that doesn't really work. And also like tying runes to Magitech kind of like defeats the fundamental purpose of being Magitech in my mind, right? Because like if you're going to create a Magitech rooted job in any way associated with anything Garlean, you are fundamentally choosing to root it in as being a job that is completely cut off from using Aether, which deeply restricts what you're developing. And then you couldn't use the New World because they, also for those of you who don't know, this is where the limb lane symbol is. The New World doesn't really work to make it a lightsaber thing. Like, you can make an argument about Rune Knight without the lightsaber part, but you can't add that with everything we know about the Rune World. Rune Knight was my favorite in 11, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I'm not giving you guys shit. It's just Rune Knight comes up a lot. Well, if it ain't Elio, I'm not for a venture brave enough or daft enough to seek the shortcut into Titan's bedchamber. You remember Royal, don't you? Formerly old captain of the company of heroes. The three whistles at Bronze Lake. Aye, it ain't oft I drag me arse out to Limsa for a drink, but I'm right glad I did. How fare you these days? Looking to put together a new crew. Top tier work. Ha! Sounds like a right lark it does. Alrighty, lad, count me in. The heroes may have got their separate ways, but I ain't ready to climb into my grave just yet. How about the redeemed paladin white mage combo, sword shield made out of pure light? So the problem about creating etheric weapons is that, like, well, one, literally a sword out of pure light is already basically what the Palace of the Dead weapon is. You would still need a weapon. Like, you could have spells rooted in that. Like, you could have spells rooted in creating a ghost sword and shield that fought for you. Which actually, that might work for the Sage Paladin combo we were talking about. Maybe we can work on something like that. But, like, of pure light in and of itself is not equipment, and you need something that's iconographic that is, like, a weapon that is theirs. And I'm trying to think about something that's rooted in Amdapor that would make sense. Oh, actually, I need to go up to the, no, wrong way. I need to turn around. Yep. New merchandise stores open. Get your stickers of me, Ray, or me, Elio. Well, they wouldn't call it Magitech for sure, but we would recognize it as Magitech. Well, but no, Eden, but like Magitech is something specific. That's what I'm saying, though, is like, there's no indication whatsoever, especially from what we know from the like groups like the Wallachui and what we know about the New World, that they have access to any form of modern technology. Also, Magitech is also a broadly catch-all term for technologies of that kind. It doesn't have to be Garlean in nature for it to be Magitech. So my point is that there's no reason, and there's plenty of reasons to assume against assuming that any kind of technology of that advancement would exist in the New World. So I think that point still doesn't change anything. Elio, you're recruiting well, I trust. I'm curious of how my proposal was received by rough and ready folk of Limsa Laminsa. A member of the legendary company of heroes indicated his interest. Astonishing. I knew enlisting your aid was the right choice. A few could boast the acquaintance of such an elusive character. I, too, was successful in my task. The Admiral consented to sign all the documents requiring her approval. I can only hope that my visit with the Elder Seatsier proceeds as smoothly. Pray, continue on to Gridania at your own pace. I shall await you at your arrival at Nafka's altar. So as far as Beast Tamer stuff, there was Mayan Hornet Throwers. Yeah, we were talking, we talked about, there could be definitely some insect-related stuff, either due for Mericidia or an Insectomancer we've talked about in the past, which makes sense for Mericidia and arguably in parts of New World. I didn't even know the Rune Knight was a thing already in the series. I just have seen other stuff with runes used for magic, though thought it was neat. Yeah, so like, the thing is, like, I like the runic aspect of the Rune Knight. I really don't like the nomenclature of Rune Knight. Like, I don't like blank knight. I just, like, I never have. And especially just like 14, like, I think it would need a different name. And I like the idea of the runes. That works for me. But like a lot of the ideas around the Rune Knight that people have pitched fall so concretely in the grounds of other jobs that it's like, well, it needs to be different. You know, like it can't just, you know, so. Give Raban machine gun arms so we can have an excuse for a cyborg class. Here's what I'll say too. I was shocked as a player that Raban never has gotten a cyborg arm. I'm waiting for the day that they actually do that. I wish we rediscover more jobs from ancient civilization. There's a good chance that we will. I don't know that there'll be Eorzean in nature, but like also Blue Mage, for instance, we don't know the antiquity of it. It may be very, very old. But there's a good chance that we discover jobs that are related to in the New World or Mericidia, great antiquity, especially Mericidia. You think about, especially because a lot of jobs in Mericidia might have existed during the Third Astral Era or prior. So that would definitely be into antiquity. Now they may have continued to exist onwards after, so that maybe it might not just be limited to that, but Mericidia definitely could have some stuff. And then Hingashi has been around for a while, so at least onto the 4th Astral Era, 4th, 5th-ish Astral Era, there could be jobs that are associated with it. But then again, they'd also likely still be being practiced. Like, Geomancer has existed for the better part of at least 1,000 years. Didn't Alice have an etheric weapon when she became a red mage? She summons, yeah, the etheric sword from her tome, I believe, at one point. Okay, I'm here for a bit. Power, good to see you, glad to have you. Estriel, oh right, yeah, she pulled the blade from her book, yeah. And for the sword shield of light, you could have a stone hilt from Amdapor. So do you just want a lightsaber? So you want a lightsaber, Tethys? I guess that, yeah, I guess if you create a stone hilt that creates blast force white etheric magics, something like that could potentially work. Oh, so the new world is just the same level technology as its namesake. That kind of sucks. I thought there's more wiggle room and lore for the new world. Well, I mean, there's wiggle room. There's wiggle room until we go there. We don't know for sure, but literally everything in lore, nothing indicates that there's any type of magitech advancement. And there's a lot, especially that we learn, like the Wallachui are like, what the fuck is going on with industrialization? So it's very much heavily implied that the cultures that we see are not rooted. It would be, and the thing that's worth remembering though is also like advancement is relative. Like in 14, Amdapor was an incredibly advanced civilization. Did not use any magitech. It only used like soulkin, right? It wasn't creating forgekin. So like advancement can be in multiple directions. So for instance, you could have a Aztec civilization that is an Aztec-like civilization that's incredibly advanced, but it's incredibly advanced in its capabilities around soulkin creation or ashkin creation or something crazy. So it's not just magitech. New World has so many potentials, like the Alligan's attempt to colonize it. So we don't know. There's no reference to Allied colonizing it, but the fact that there are mammal jaw in the Crystal Tower indicates to some extent that the mammal jaw either were crossing over from the New World to Vilbrin/Eorzea onto the Third Astral Era, or that the Alligans did at some point go to the New World. I mean, I wouldn't complain if we got a lightsaber. I mean, everyone wants a lightsaber. I still want 11 and 14 to just be combined universes. I really don't want that. I really, really, really don't want that because that deeply limits both of them and also fucks with both of their mythologies a lot. I would much, 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 much rather have a reflection that is loosely based off of, oh my god, I'm forgetting its name, but 11's world. But the thing is also, a lot of 11 is already rooted in 14. I think to forcibly combine universes is to shrink their grandeur rather than to grow them. I know they function differently, but imagine update in 11 and 14 having further events that affect the other story. I would really not like that. I would really dislike that, Astriel, because it means you need to play 11 and 14 to have a very firm understanding of both stories. And I think that's bad. Like the same way that, like, as much as I would like 14 books, I think not having 14 books is a better idea because the story needs to be contained within the game it plays. So I think like I am of the mind that I think that there are far more weaknesses that come from that than strengths. I said this before, but something that uses improvised weapons might be fun, either a tank or DPS, maybe a fun feature to cause enemies to have lower defenses because they can underestimate you. Yeah, I feel like that, like, I see that, and all I see from that is a, that's more like a gimmick fun event thing than I see a job, but yeah. Demands, good to see you, glad to have you. It seemed like Andapor tamed Sin Eaters and no. Astro, no. Andapor did not tame Sin Eaters. And we don't know for sure that Amdapor ever saw Sin Eaters. There are not Sin Eaters in Amdapor. There are statues that are soulkin that bear the same visage as Sin Eaters. I have proposed that in a theory video that what makes sense then from that is that the Amdapori may have accidentally created a Sin Eater on the first or bore witness to one somehow. But the Amdapori never dealt with Sin Eaters explicitly that we know of. Very important. And Maki tamed Voidsent. Less tamed and more created packs with, but yes, especially with the Nullstone, tamed isn't wrong, but it isn't really the right word. They forged packs with the Voidsent, and those packs are very specific things, and are also something that the Alligans did as well. And it's what the Reapers do for Reapers. Make the healing from Redeemed as a shield healer, so the hilt projects a sword to damage and shield to heal. Yeah. I mean, we're just getting to the point where we're talking about, oh, what's it called? Anime from the 90s. Sword with crystal. Tenchi Muyo? Is that what I'm thinking of? As I played through the Pixel Remaster, I'm catching some really obscure stuff that they used as callbacks in 14. I mean, the obvious stuff I knew beforehand, but I had completely forgotten about other stuff. Yeah, there's so many deep cuts. Vanadil, yes, could easily just be another World in 14 universe that managed to survive. Oh, that shit, right. Remember, the thing, though, is that 14... I mean, could it be another star? Yes, but their metaphysics are different. Yeah. And 11 is so long. Not only is it so long, but it's old. And old in a way that makes it... there's a friction to playing it. I haven't played it mostly because I tried a little bit, and I was like, this combat isn't for me. I need to sit down and play. I would need to sit down and hardcore play in order to get into it. And so because of that, like, the barrier to entry that you're creating is a problem with that. Yeah, very true, yeah. If it is like Final Fantasy 15, it would be hell, yeah. WoW 11 is still going with minor events, yeah. Yeah, it's still profitable, according to Yoshi P. Just let the alchemist join the fray already. I mean, alchemy, like... I think that what you do with that is you create chemist. You create a chemist job. I think 11 has a new storyline. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Tenchi was such a thirsty anime, and I love that show. Is it thirsty? I know it's kind of harem-y, but I haven't watched it in the better part of almost 2 decades. I did 3D model the sword from it for some reason. I think someone wanted it. My audience with the Elder Seedseer is due to commence momentarily. I would be grateful if you would once more see the task of recruitment here in Gridania. After you deem the well of potential candidates has run dry, let's rendezvous at the airship ticket counter as before. The theory I had is that the 11th is the 11th shard. I don't think the 11th shard exists anymore. I think the 11th shard was rejoined. Maybe I'm thinking of the 7th shard. I know that we have a list of it on the Discord. That's it. I need to sit down and memorize this. If someone wants to pull up that list from the Discord of the shards that have been rejoined and the order in which they were rejoined, I need to sit down and memorize that the same way I memorized the Umbral Calamities. The 11th shard of Vanadil, and because of how far away from the source it's still way, I had to struggle harder even to do with 14 can. The Cloud of Darkness targeted the 11th. Well, but why would the Cloud of Darkness target the 11th? I don't know, the Cloud of Darkness wouldn't be able to break into the 11th reflection. Like, the only reason that Allag did it was because, the amount of shit that Allag had to go through to do it. On top of that, like, the metaphysics of 11 are different enough from 14 that it doesn't really work as a reflection. Like, the fundamental differences between them are problematic in terms of saying that it would be a reflection. Now, you can make a reflection like it, but, yeah. So, realistically, weapon-wise, what are all our options to equip classes? I know there's whips, maybe hammers, crossbows, maces, and there's the whole sage possibility of new weapons as well. Yeah, the thing I would say is there's the geomancer bells. We definitely could get bells. Grandfather, you must call it a day. Let's return to the guild and rest ere your tormented back gives you up for good. Man, these two showing up again. I'm terribly sorry. We were just... Oh, Elio, isn't it? It's been some time since our path crossed outside of the Copperbell Mines. Why, you're barely more than a novice adventurer then. But look how far you've come. Mother Mione tells me that 'twas you who felled the fearsome black wolf. And now do you seek the stout-of-hearted souls to fill the ranks of the new order? Well, your cause is undoubtedly just, and my old companion here would be much relieved to see me in good hands. Yes, I'll do it. This is the very thing I spent my entire adventuring career working towards. I shall join your company just as soon as I've seen Isildur home. Safely home. First in target our world, second in the new form. Wait, what? But why would... Well, but the new form is a creation of our memory. If you're talking about Eden... I assume Estriel, so I'm not sure I understand how that would be in any way related to 11, the 11th shard, or... I also need that info. Yeah, I pinned it. Thank you, Tethys. If someone could find the pin for me and then let me know. Rhapsodies of Vanadil's Cloud of Darkness just... Oh, okay, I see. That's Rhapsodies of Vanadil. I haven't played that story, so that's why. Vanadil, Cloud of Darkness, just want to swallow Vanadil into darkness or return everything as one big void. Yeah, so that's but that's like them doing their own take on FF. The thing is that she's not a void sent in that, though, right? If I remember rightly. I've only, like, read a synopsis, so I don't really know. So the thing is, like, the fundamental entities themselves are different things, though they're both being inspired by Final Fantasy III and the Cloud of Darkness and that narrative. So, like, to me, that's, like, you know... I thought you were talking about the Eden Cloud of Darkness for a second. That's why I got thrown off. Yeah, no, before we fight during the Crystal Tower would have been a new form in theory. But they're not the same fundamental type of creature. Eden is then we take on a more humanized structure. I mean, Eden is just a version of a recollection. It's just misguided memories given form. But like, the thing is that the entities, just because they have the same name doesn't mean that they're the same thing. And not even just, like, different physical forms, but, like, the metaphysics. Kira, good to see you, glad to have you. I would like other media that would explore the first more instead of the source. There were talks of live-action series, so I always like the idea of a prequel focusing on Arbor and Screw. I desperately would love to see that. I desperately don't want them to do that, because I think people really easily forget that once you start creating a transmedia, you saw what happened with 15. You saw what happened, like, if they make 14 already has a fuck ton of story in it. If they do that, what they need to do is they need to find ways to integrate that into 14 itself, because creating transmedia becomes an incredibly large problem, because you are creating a situation in which you are asking certain people to have knowledge of context by going outside of their wheelhouse of what the thing that they want to engage with. The fact that they already do that with the short stories is pretty, like, it seems to be their limit, according to interviews. This is not a lack of desire to want to see the thing. I also do not want to see a live action, because a live action would deeply, deeply, deeply limit what they can do due to budget. I would much rather see, I typically prefer live action over anime with a lot of different stories and narratives and mediums, but like, I would much rather see it as an anime, because they would not have to restrict their budget. They would not have to restrict the things that they want to do and embody and represent, and I think it would be much more in line spiritually. It is not often a guild officer such as myself gets recruited, and this company of yours certainly sounds to have some promise, but its duties appear less than focused. I must refuse your invitation until such time as your organization is more organized. Yeah, my theory is shit and really old. No, it's not shit. Okay, look, I'm not. Here's the thing. Always know, Astriel, when you bring up these points of conversation, and I know that I will poo-poo things. One, it's because I also poo-poo, like, theories that are not deeply rooted in the narrative itself. Just like, that's a dispositional thing. But like, I'm happy to talk about them. But I will, like, if you present an idea, I will like take it and I'll be like, okay, well, here's the limitations of it for this reason and that reason. And so it's not so much to say like, oh, it's shit. It's just like, well, but how does that work other than wanting it to work, right? You would offer this old man a place in your company of champions. I am both puzzled and honored by your invitation. Pray, forgive me, young master, but I cannot accept. I have sworn to abide here for whatever scant years remain to me, and bear responsibility for the evils my lady has wrought upon the land. Yeah. The English VA of Arbor is also an actor. Yes, he plays Pod in Podrick, and I believe in it's either Podrick or he plays the Smith. I'm forgetting which one. In Game of Thrones. He's also voice actor. They could totally cast him since he's almost even looks like him. He definitely could play a really good Arbor, no question. I think the problem though is that you assume that if they were going to do a live action series that they'd do it with American actors rather than doing it with Japanese actors. Like, especially with Square and its the studios it works with, typically I would assume that it would actually be made in Japan rather than in America. So like, I don't know that we would see it with any kind of European or American actor. 15 is the demos, the anime, the game, the movie, another game, another game, another anime, another book, and also DLC, and also multiple other DLCs, and also the book of the alternate ending of 15, just to make it all make sense. Like, the thing is that my problems with 15 come from a sincere disappointment and heartache over it being a mess, but it is actively a mess in the way it delivers its narrative and what it requires for you to read and play to make heads or tails of many of the things that are going on, and or understand why it's like, it brings in multiple characters, assuming you already know them, does not explain them, has them do things, then has them disappear. And like, that happens multiple times in the narrative. And if you haven't watched Kingsglaive, or you haven't watched the anime, or if you like, it's like, the bros work because you're with the bros the whole time. But even they have problems. In terms of like for instance, Prompto's backstory. Why does Gladio all of a sudden just disappear for part of the narrative? And it's like, okay, what? Like, it doesn't work as a standalone product, and that's a problem. You can only do transmedia well if the narrative stands alone perfectly. Now, when you say, okay, well, but a prequel, yes, but like, there becomes limitations of what happens when they would like to reference or contend with that piece of narrative, right? In a later part of the game. If you want to do a prequel on the source. Now, again, or the first. That said, I would love to have stuff on the first. I would love there to be echo visions of the first pre-Flood of Light, and or like there's all sorts of things you can do. But I also point out that we do get a lot of like prequel stuff from the role quests. Like, there is, if you do all the role quests, you get a very beautiful and detailed story about Arbor and his crew in every way that I think is fundamentally of import. Oh gods, can it truly be you? By what fickle fortune must this must the first face I see upon my release be yours? Could it be you don't remember me? It is I, Laurentius, the man whose crimes you exposed. I was a whaler and a regular patron at Buscarins. Yeah, I remember you. Well, of course you do. Now, I was beginning to wonder if a jail had changed me more than I realized. Not that I have any particular wish to be recognized after my shameful conduct. The less said of my past, the better, I suppose. And what of you, adventurer? What business brings you to this part of Gridania? Recruiting, eh? And what is your policy on reformed convicts? As matters stand, the Wood Whalers will have naught more to do with me. This may be just the second chance I was looking for. Revenant's toll, you say? I shall leave at once. You shall regret this. I promise you, I am a changed man. Man, I appreciate so many of these small stories so much more now going through again. Thanks to having replaying A Realm Reborn with you guys and like really paying deep attention to all the little minor characters too. Like, holy moly, is that like a huge, like, deeply appreciative. Yeah, but they should continue crossover events for further events to add more items for players and be fun to see Aroa meet F14 Suzaku and talk about Tenzin's Slumma. So here's the thing. I will definitely be in favor of you guys having your 11 crossover events and having those things bring you joy. I can tell you that as someone who hasn't played 11, oh my god, no. Those events have done nothing for me because I'm like, none of this makes any sense. Like, I know I can go look it up, some of the narratives and stuff, and so this is not to say, like, I couldn't go make sense of it. But, like, that's part of my problem is that the 11 events do nothing for me because I don't know this character. I have no relation to this character. They're referencing things this character did that I'm like, was that cool? Was that big? Was that small? I have no idea. They're referencing this like magical might thing and I'm like, is that like supposed to be like a very important thing? I assume so based on the way you're talking about it, but I have no context. And so like, that's the problem is that most people, that will be their experience of it rather than being rewarded because a lot of people haven't engaged with it. But again, that's not to say we shouldn't have them. I just because I don't love a thing does not mean that we shouldn't have it. Also, I may retroactively really appreciate it once I play 11. But, you know, like, that's the thing. That's the thing you have to be mindful of when you're a creator of a game. What news, Elio? For my part, the elder seeds here was most amenable to our quests. A former wood whaler and a seasoned adventurer, our company will not lack for variety, that much is certain. An interesting harvest indeed. Shall we strike into Uldaz whilst the iron is hot? Let us meet at the Royal Promenade and endeavor to conclude our remaining business. Our journey draws to a close. Okay, I'm gonna just finish catch up real quick. It'd make most sense as an anime series than live action movie. Yeah, I think a live anime series makes so much sense, and then I think you could also then potentially adapt A Realm Reborn as a season, Heaven's Word as a season. I think like you could literally, I think an anime adaptation of 14 by far is the best way to go for so many reasons, like logistical, practical, and even stylistically. I know you didn't think it was shit, I just think it was flaws, and I know I'm way behind, but because I never had anyone to bounce it off with, yeah, I appreciate the critique, change it, evolve the theory, yeah, and I'm happy to help, Astriel. Yeah, an anime would be great, live action those would be horrifying, then why should it focus on the first just to avoid them? Yeah. I think an XIV anime could work if not Warrior of Light focus. It's an anthology of various people and beastmen around the world, just, yeah, different tribes. Doing their best. Yeah, I think that would definitely be, I think I would gladly take an anime that is minor stories and stuff. But again, you still run the same problem of transmedia issues. Kingsley gave me, the thing I would say about a transmedia issue is that if you adapt all of the expansions as an anime as well, you then allow people to engage with it on that level. But then you also really need to be careful because if there's going to be variances between the two, are you creating A class and B class and C class canon? Kingsley gave me such a great Luna Freya in both voice and design, and actually gave me Diet Freya. The problem is Luna Freya gets nothing to do in 15 other than noble sacrifice, and then it also Luna Freya just like doesn't it expects you to already care about her when you meet her and then gives you no time to fall in love with her. It's a problem. I love 15 because I trauma bonded to it during a hard time in my life. By the time I got the game, I had watched the movie 5 times and the anime 3. Yeah, so Kira, here, this is the other thing I'll say. It's like, if you watched all that stuff and it deeply connected with you and resonated with you, then I totally understand it. I will say, like, the scene of the brothers around the campfire, the final time, is an incredibly powerful scene. Certain other things that happen that I won't spoil can be incredibly resonant. But I think the problem is that some of the most powerful things that story does are deeply undercut by the many holes in its narrative. And those holes can be partially patched up by watching the anime, watching the movie, and like those holes can be improved, but they aren't fully fixed. Yeah. For reference, see my adoration of all things evil. It's confused, chaotic jumble of mess, but by the 7 hells, I love it. Yeah, there you go, Ted. The role quest in Shadowbringers work-ish. I think they work wonderfully. I think the role quests and Shadowbringers are phenomenal, and I do think a wonderful job of giving you context for the different personalities of Ardbur and the Warriors of Darkness. In my mind, anyways. Yeah, 15's problem is the story is bigger than the game, and the other bits of the story were developed independently, so that's a lot of conflict, yeah. Also, the reason I had the old theory of old memories and other shards returning to the source to be created again was because of which shard's number corresponded with the shard's numbers, and yeah. The game and that a version of the game happened, but the heroes died during the game events rejoining happened, the source's versions. Yeah, so, like, that's, yeah. To then repeat a weird version of the story in some way, yeah. And it requires New Game Plus, too, thanks to the Omen trailer and the in-game time travel. The game feels like a time loop, yeah. TTRPG based on 14-1. Yeah, we've talked about it. Tactics, I think I would be hugely in favor of bear with me, because mobile tactics RPG for 14 that creates little mini stories. That like it releases like every like 6 months or like every couple of months they release a campaign that is a different battle or different series of events from history. You could do the Autumn War, you could do the Garlean invasion, annexation of Alamigo, you could do the Sixth Astral Era, you could do the ending of the Sixth Astral Era, the Battle of Carts. Now you could do so many different things as like mini campaigns that you could release as a mobile tactics game. Merlwyb origin story. I mean, we have most of Merlwyb's life between Encyclopedia Eorzea Volume 1, which, to go to my point about transmedia, between Encyclopedia Eorzea Volume 1 and the short stories, we do have pretty much all of Merlwyb's origin story. And I mean, also add in the role quest, but the role quest is just for Endwalker. But that's really just building off of the short stories. An anime adaptation would probably make AR way better. They could give way more scenes, time for science, which AR deeply lacked in my opinion. Yeah, and as we've gone through the story as we've gone through the story here, Kira, I mean, that's definitely, I think, one of the biggest weaknesses of A Realm Reborn, other than, not enough voice acting. I think like it's some of its narrative is a little boilerplate, but I think it works really well as a foundation. And as I've said, A Realm Reborn is aggressively fine. I think that my biggest number one issue that isn't voice acting, and not just performance, I just mean more like the amount of voice acting. Because even meh voice acting, having a lot more of it would have drastically helped, in my mind. But the thing is that making the Scions have more personality and more time to shine in A Realm Reborn would have gone a long way for them. Oh, I need to go to the Chamber of Rule. I do think that is one of the greater weaknesses of A Realm Reborn, that without qualification. I know for some people that they work. I just don't think that they get enough time to shine. I think Thancred, I think the thing is that they all get about a third of a personality. Like Thancred at least is like kind of horny and like at least has a little bit going on thanks to, if you start in Ul'dah, I think Thancred has some stuff. I think if you start in Limsa, you still don't really get much of Y'shtola, and you just don't get much of Y'shtola in A Realm Reborn, really. Minfilia doesn't get to like be an active force enough, and so she doesn't get to you don't get a lot from her. Tataru is, lovely in Tataru, but Tataru doesn't really get to shine until Heaven's Word. Papalymo and Yida are like kind of just archetypes without much else going on. Yeah. 15 is still my favorite FF game, by the way. Just wish they did it better in strength than they did show. See, here's the thing. 10 is part of the reason that 10 is my favorite is not only its narrative function as itself and the nuance and subtleties that 10 does. I think 10, I'm going to speak for myself. I think 10 does all of the things that 15 does, other than maybe specifically the bro relationship. And also like the world's, well, not even really. But like, I think for me, 10 does everything that I liked about 15 well, and the things that 15 did poorly, I think 10 does better than almost any of the other Final Fantasies. I think as a single contained story, like beginning, middle, end, that has, everything you need is within the confines of the game, I think 10 does a phenomenal job. I think 10 is in terms of the modern era of 14, of MMOs, or not MMOs, of Final Fantasy, which by that I mean starting with 7. Now, you could also ultimately really argue that the eras at this point have become 1 through 6, 7 through 12, 13 through 16, really, or maybe 13 through 15 might even be its, but setting that aside, 10 has all of its catharsis, all of its character setup, explanation, and build up, and all of its narrative. Like, there isn't, by the end of 10, everything has been explained, everything has been paid off, everything was built up. And so, like, to me, like, 10 succeeds at that. I'm not going to speak about 11, 14 because I'm MMO, so I'm setting that aside. But 12, because of its 5-act structure, is a little wonky on that. And also, like, the way it just, like, kind of ends at the end is a little weird. 12, like, is fine, but it's kind of wonky with it, especially with, like, the amount that the world building outside of it is expected to be understood or known from other things as well. 7 is a nightmare. 7, I'm sorry, like, look, I like 7, but 7 I think is, especially the original 7, just does not work in terms of, like, fully comprehending everything that's going on. And then, like, you know, then you've got Crisis Core. Remake does not work as a standalone. Remake assumes you've played 7, so Remake doesn't work well as a standalone game. Not that I, again, don't like Remake, but 8 is kind of incomplete as a narrative, especially in its back half. Again, I love 8. 9 works. 9, I think 9 tells its story wholesale, but I think, like, 9 has more specific peaks rather than a lot of highs. And then 13 really struggles in a lot of ways because of its pacing. I don't think that it has a transmedia narrative issue, but I do think it fails to... I think there's a lot of ideas that get thrown in that then don't get paid off or fully explored through. Yeah. Let me catch up on you guys. 15 is still, the campfire scene made me cry, and so did the end credits all 5 times I finished it. See, the ending doesn't do anything for me because to me they didn't build up. The ending never worked for me because Luna Freya doesn't work for me in it because of, like, never getting time to, like, actually connect or understand her or know her or, like, have a relationship between her and Noctis. And then, like, Noctis mostly works, but because Arden is poorly explained, incredibly poorly explained, like, when I got to the end of 15, the ending of 15 just didn't work for me. Not because it's bad, but because 15 as a whole failed to set up its ending properly. Not because the ending was bad. And I was frustrated. I was frustrated because 15 could have been my favorite Final Fantasy if it wasn't a mess. We need to really pitch the real world primals anime manga idea to Square. Yeah. Deathflag, good to see you, glad to have you. Sorry I'm so late. Imagine Alphino explaining how to summon Carbuncle to Terra, Yuna, and Aiko. That'd be funny. Oh yeah, raids. Oh man, dude, summoning Carbuncle for this, like, as an Aeon would be really cute. Especially, oh, imagine, we know, like, the dog is part of the faith for Yojimbo. So imagine that the Carbuncle was the spirit of, like, someone's cat or something. It made into a faith statue. Oh yeah, the raids need more voice acting done to them. Pandemonium honestly set itself up like it's gonna be voice acted, and then poof, nope. Oh, that's completely different. I'm talking about A Realm Reborn there. I wasn't talking about everything else. As for, like, normal raids and stuff, that gets complicated, and that's, like, also just a problem of logistics and cost, and increase the dev time. So, like, that I understand. The other thing is that what happens with, like, voice acting is that it means that you need to hire a new voice actor for each character, and that person needs to then, like, you're adding more and more levels of complication, abstraction. I'd also point out that they literally spoiled the identity of one of the characters in Pandemonium because they had voice acting at the end of Endwalker. So, like, voice acting can also spoil a lot. Crystal Tower also creates the problem of Grohot being recognized by voice and wouldn't exactly fit with why we don't recognize his voice. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yida and Thancred probably the only Scions I cared about during Era Realm Reborn. The others were being boring in my opinion. See, Yida and Papalymo are incredibly boring to me, though, because Yida's just a ditz and Papalymo's just, I'm the smart one who's a Lalafell. So, like, to me, like, that, it's surprising how much the game made me care for them later on. Yeah, and again, I love all of the Scions later on. So this is, but, like, in A Realm Reborn, I'd love to know, Kira, what made you connect with them. Spiritually, because you made a great game, or World of Final Fantasy, yeah. Yida, ironically enough, became the most boring one. Well, I think, like, Yida, I don't think she's boring. I think Lise is incredibly interesting. I just think they only exist for one expansion, and not even really patch content. They, like, only exist, as far as we experience them as a character in a meaningful way, they exist for Stormblood. That's it. Whereas, like, all of the other Scions get to exist for long periods of time. Thank you, Tethys. Remake is acting more like a rebuild where the original 7 happened and Remake is trying to fix the bad. Well, yeah, careful of spoilers. Very, very careful spoilers, but yes, it is a response more than anything. I've said it before, I just love Arden so much. Here's the thing, I think Arden could be a phenomenal villain. I think the, like, performance of him is phenomenal. I just wish the game contextualized him enough. The DLC drastically helps, but, like, that's part of the problem is that your DLC should not be required to fundamentally understand the villain, their motives, and what the fuck is going on with them. 13 suffers from an intro that's like 30 hours long. Yeah, the problem with 13 is that you only, when you get to Grand Pulse, does the game open up, and Grand Pulse only happens right before the final gauntlet. So, like, 13, it's not even its linearity that is the fundamental problem. It's that its pacing around that linearity is bad. 10 is incredibly linear until the very end, but up until you get this airship. So, like, 10 is incredibly linear, but it doesn't feel like it because there's moments of expand and contract. Whereas 13 doesn't really have that. Thank you, Ray Ray. Have you enjoyed the streams? You're already a member of our Discord. Why not come and join us? Spirits Within wasn't a bad movie. I've actually never watched Spirits Within. Advent Children was my first FFX exposure. It wasn't my first, but it was definitely pretty early. Advent Children's interesting. Chrissy, good to see you. Glad to have you. Evening. Arden should have been the main focus of 15 along with Noctis. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the problem, is that they should have had a focus on, like, who the fucking villain was and made sense of it. Also, the fact that, like, the Empire is, like, made out to be a huge thing, but then you never get the context for the Empire, and then the fact that you go to the Empire and it's like, well, the Empire's gone. It's like, wait, what? Like, none of this works. This doesn't work without... It should work. It could work, but yeah. Cinderix, good to see you. Glad to have you. Dez. Arden Selk. I did like 13-2, though. Yeah, 13-2 is phenomenal. If you've never played 13-2, 13-2 is, I think, a phenomenal game. It was actually quite fun and had some really cool character moments. Yeah, I think 13-2 it works incredibly well. And it works well because it is a fundamental sequel to 13, but it is a very different, it is a very different game, but it's also a actively improving sequel. And I think it retroactively made me enjoy 13 a lot more. Arden Less is a villain, more a victim. That snapped, but you don't get it. No, but he's a victim. Or he's a villain, too. No, Arden is a victim. Absolutely. He then perpetrates his own anger, jealousy, frustrations upon others and makes them suffer and is sadistic about it. He is actively sadistic when he does not need to be. So I can't get behind saying that he's not a villain, because he is actively sadistic and a villain towards people, regardless of the suffering that was perpetuated upon him. Just because you suffer does not mean you get to beget that suffering. But that said, I do think he's a phenomenal... I do think he has the capability to be a phenomenal villain if the rest of the story around him worked better. Justice for Lost, Final Fantasy 15 DLC. Yeah, I wish the Final Fantasy 15 DLC was not canceled, because the alternate ending, and I know they did the book, but like the original alternate ending I think worked a lot better, and the DLCs filled a lot of the holes. It was holes and problems I had. Now, those holes were not very well filled, and there were still a lot of other problems, but much better than the vanilla 15. Yeah. Watch Spirits Within and ignore the fact that the Final Fantasy attached to it and it's not that bad. Yeah, I'll check it out. They had such good pieces of something and just mangled it together in the worst way. Yeah. I mean, that's what happens with development hell, too. Like, they literally, like, were uncertain who the main villain was at multiple points during development. Right? Niflheim sounded so damn cool, and you get there and it's like Travolta meme. I mean, like, yeah, but like, it's also, like, weird because they're such a ubiquitous, omnipresent thing, and then all of a sudden they're just not. My reason for liking Yida and Thanker was just because they were fun, like the charming ladies man characters and goofy girl characters. Okay, yeah, I get Thanker. I get Yida. I'm like, she's just, to me, is just like a ditz, and like doesn't even get it to be a fun ditz until like 2.x. So, but he's a victim, but chooses to be a villain beyond that. Yeah. Good evening, chicken nuggies and crinkle cut fries from the air fryer for supper. Ooh, now I want to go get Culver's after this. Oh, but thanks to Astriel, I can afford Culver's. Oh, guys, I need to stop spending so much money on fast food. However, well, I only spend money on fast food when I get money, I have extra money to be able to spend, but woo! Thank you again, Astriel, for the $115. Most FFs are extremely linear until you get to airships. Yeah, FF6 entire first half of the game is super linear, and the second half is side quest of the game. Yeah, and that is a fundamental part of non-MMO Final Fantasy design, and has been. The only ones that have gotten away with it are 15, 12. That's really it. 7, no, because 7, even though there's open world, like it expands, you're still very stuck upon your path until you get an airship, like actively. So yeah, it's really only 12 and 15 that like actively buck that. And it seems like 16 will. Like it's going to have expansive zones, but there's going to be a linearity to doing how you do those zones. Like you move from zone to zone, but when you move on, it's like you move on. Yeah. But Arden DLC implied Bahamut is forcing him to be as cruel as he is. He learned he has no choice either way. Yeah, but he still rejoices in his sadism. Like you see the way he Bahamut begot cruelty on him and pushed him into a direction that made him more like to do the things that he did. That's true. Like, Bahamut is evil and cruel as well, in a lot of ways. But Arden's choice to inflict intentional pain because of his frustrations and jealousies as well onto Noctis in the way that he does, trying to talk around certain things, in and of itself, to me, makes him a villain. It's not like Arden was being fully mind-controlled the whole time. The biggest thing Arden was robbed of was his humanity. And yeah, and again, Arden was a victim. This is not, I'm not debating that. And I'm also not saying that Arden was incredibly, like, fucking fucked, right? Like Arden didn't get the incredible short end of the stick on so many levels. No question. But that doesn't change his actions afterwards. Both can be true. Final Fantasy 15 Empire was a copy-paste of Final Fantasy 14's Empire that after... Well, but if you say that, though, that Niflheim is... that, then you're saying that, like, 14's is a copy-paste of 6's Empire. Or like, the thing is that the idea of empires that has existed, even with, like, the Magitech idea, has been true onto at least 6, right? Like, you still have the idea of empire and stuff, even onto 4, 2, like, that's a reoccurring motif throughout all of Final Fantasy, and I don't think that 15's is a copy-paste to 14's any more than 14's would be considered a copy-paste to 6's, and I don't think that it is a copy-paste of 6's. Artem was a victim of circumstance? Final Fantasy X was justified in a linear path, and there was a final destination known from the start. Once you get there, it falls apart and opens up. Yep, exactly, Chrissy. Yeah, 10 is phenomenal, and the thing is linearity is, it does a really good job of giving you a feeling as if it's got more going on, and that there is, like, people to talk to, things around, like, that there's, like, these moments. For 10 goes like this. It's like linear, expands a little bit, but then back to linear, expands a little bit, back to linear, expands a lot, but then back to linear, and it keeps doing that and growing and growing and growing until you get to the end and you've got the airship, and now you can go do anything you want, and for whenever you're ready to go into your final fight, and then the final fight is phenomenal. So Arden is lashing out. He snapped. What happened to him doesn't make it okay. Yeah. He wanted to die. Arden started off as Jesus evolved into Mr. Meeseeks. Arden was the warrior of light that got screwed. Yeah. I mean, the thing is that Arden, in some ways, the most interesting parallel with Arden is in some ways Xenos, in that they're not really good parallels in a lot of ways, but there's interesting things to talk about the Warrior of Light under a different context, you know? Garlean, Garland. Once again saying I need Arden and Emmett to meet. Yeah. I'm trying to think about how that plays out. Maybe next to Cydia. Ooh! Emmett Selkin next to Cydia would be awesome. Although I feel like there's a much better chance that if you saw a villain, you would see... well, Zodiark wouldn't make a lot of sense. Like Fandaniel, Elidibus, Emmett Selk. I feel like Emmett Selk... I guess, you know, especially with how much the fandom loves him, you definitely could see Emmett Selk in Dissidia. Uldar, the Gilded City, where one's fortune defies one's worth. I hope some manner of fortune is with us, and that this final leg proves as successful as the previous two. Might I suggest ascending to the lower level before beginning your recruitment efforts? I do not think that Sultana will take kindly to us poaching from her personal guards. Let us meet back here up the promenade when our respective tasks are complete. Good hunting, Elio. Of course, Xenos is the obvious choice. I think Xenos is an NT. Yes, he's got voice lines. I remember looking up the Xenos voice lines. Duh, Xenos the other obvious choice. I'd say Final Fantasy X's linear path is symbolism for things for the path of life, where it starts off with childlike wonder and ends with death, with the meaning of life thrown around as a lesson. But, like, I don't think that that's entirely wrong, because I do think that there's an aspect to that. I think there's an aspect to that. And also, this is readings, so, like, readings are always, you know, personal things. But I think there's an aspect to that that's true with Titus's story. I do think that and I do think that's true with Yuna's story. But I think the problem with that, though, comes with the fact that by the end, though, it's a choice, not necessarily for Titus, but to reject, the version of that would be terrestrial is if at the end, Yuna did die to create the final Aeon, right? And that fate is inevitable and that life ends, that life does come to an end. I realize you could make that argument because of what happens to other characters. But to me, I think that the more emphatic version of the story that would be rooted in that would be an actual death of innocence. But to actually have but there isn't so much a death of innocence by the end. There is an argument by midpoint if you argue the truth revealed, like literally the song and the moment of the truth revealed and the, you know, Bacchanal Desert. But yeah, I don't think that's a wrong read. I just think like to talk about the nuance with that would be very interesting. And we're back to searching for pawns for Alfie's little army. Yes. Did you know that this was actually a stream about playing Final Fantasy XIV rather than talking about all the other Final Fantasies? It'll definitely be fun. I'm really excited to be able to, once we get done with the story replay, to do all of the Final Fantasies with you guys and talk to you about them and your opinions as we go through them. Because maybe there'll be some replaying of them. I'll have a change of opinion or heart. I doubt it with 10 because I already replay 10 every 3 or 4 years. Is that? No, that's not awful. Oh, what a happy coincidence. Do you remember me, perchance? I'm Eorzean of the Church of Saints Adama and Dama. Thank you again for your timely rescue. I must also thank you for preventing the fraudulent priest from preying on Drybone's less fortunate. A most upsetting business. Are you here with your companions? Thancred, wasn't it? Ah, 'tis new companions you seek then. Your proposed organization sounds a powerful force for good, but my place is as the church with the children nonetheless. I wish you well in this undertaking. Okay, I just needed to take a second. Thank you again, Astriel, for that, for the $150. Like, holy fuck, guys. Thank you. For any of you who give me $2, for $1, for join our Archon, or our patrons. Speaking of, if you're a patron, know that your name is above in the credits. Thank you. Thank you very much. I cannot tell you. Lemo, my ADHD. 2.3 Alphino, Teenage Napoleon. I think he has more humanitarian aspirations than that, but not wrong. Aye, you've been surprised but rumors drift down to Pearl Lane. I know of this glorious new company of yours and just how far I'm going to avoid getting involved with it. Whispers on the street says your organization is funded by corrupt coin, by syndicate money. If you think you're recruiting for a just cause, then you're a bigger fool than I took you for. Foreshadowing! Like, specifically the funding by syndicate coin. Like, literally, you're like, what are you talking about? We're not funded by the syndicate. Titus certainly lost innocence, his most cushy life in Xanarkand to what he sees in Spear. Yeah, but you think about his relationship with Jecht, and you think about, like, understanding of what the truth of the journey he is on is the arguable innocence. And you can also make an argument that, like, but I also say that the narrative as a whole also reflects that Titus, his spirit of refuting fate, even as he comes to learn and accept more about the world he's in now, maintains, and that is why things are able to change. So simultaneously, you have aspects of the loss of innocence of, you know, like, Oren, I'm never going home, am I? And the realization of the reality of his situation, or the reality of the summoners and that whole system. Like, there are aspects of that, but at the same time, you have the story emphatically having you defy fate and defy that same loss. And so, like, I think there's more to it, you know? Streams of the other FF games would be great. We'd totally tune in. Yeah, I might even start doing it on Sloppy Sundays if people are interested, are down for that, because otherwise it's going to be like a year before we get to it. But yeah, I definitely am really looking forward to replaying, especially those I haven't played in a long time. A company that looks to cure the ills of the realm entire. Listen, friend, I can scarce bear the complaints of the next stall over, let alone the conundrums of a neighboring nation. Weaver's Guild and Coliseum. Also, is it just me, or is the chat box on the stream video like outdated? It shows people saying bye and the stream is ending. Oh, is it never updated? Oh, let me go ahead and update it then. Let me refresh it. Yeah, it is outdated. YouTube element refresh. There we go. It may also still be a little outdated, but it hopefully will work. Thanks for pointing that out, Aubrey. Also, thanks to everyone for being really chatty today. I've been having a rough time with, like, post-COVID fatigue and depression, which has been a nightmare. But this, having you guys, like, talking and conversing and talking to you guys about stuff really helps. I'm sorry you wish to recruit me. Is this some new fashion manner of propositioning a lady? Give me a second. This has the thing. So,
The first calamity was Calamity of Wind. We know that, and was the 5th shard. Second calamity, Lightning, was the 12th shard. Third calamity was Fire, was the 2nd shard. Fourth calamity, Earth, was the 3rd shard. Fifth calamity, Ice, was the 6th shard. Sixth calamity, Water, was the 10th shard. Seventh calamity was the 7th shard. Okay, so no, 11th shard is still alive. We still have 1st, 4th, 8th, 9th, and 11th. As well as the source. I definitely think that the next time I don't really hit on women, but the next time I have a woman who's already explicitly shown that they're interested, I'm going to ask if I can recruit them. Well, I'm afraid you're wasting your time. This lady is already spoken for. Good day to you, sir. Lambert knows. Going to make food quick, we'll be on mobile. Awesome, sounds good, Kira. I need help with lesser known summons for a story idea I had. I mean, I feel like the lesser known summon that, like, my favorite lesser known or lesser used summon is Valfor from 10. I mean, like, if you've played 10, you know Valfor, but at the same time, like, Valfor doesn't get used in anything really much else. I mean, the name does, but, like... 13 is still borked as always. I don't think so. I'm really excited to replay 13 because I was frustrated with 13 in its pace and its how it went when I played it the first time. I played 13-2 and I retroactively appreciate it a lot more. And I haven't really replayed 13 since, but I think I've spent a lot of time thinking about 13 and my experience of it. And I don't think that 13 is any more a mess. I think 13 is actually less of a mess than 15 is. I think at least 13 tells its story as a whole. Now, I think that mechanically people are more willing to forgive 15, and because also 15 has some great highs if the characters are already working for you, but on top of that, because of the open world nature of it, means that mechanically you're set out to let you do what you want to do ahead of time. But I think as a narrative, I think 13 is actually less borked. I also really like 13's combat. I just do. Wait, you're the man who came to Little Alamigo looking for the masked devil. Who knows what might have happened if you hadn't? I'd probably be dead and a whole lot of more of my friends besides. We were such fools. Any road, the disaster really got me thinking about our homeland and about the outsider who saved us from ourselves. I realize how easily I've been manipulated and vowed to make myself a more worldly man. So here I am, a new company of champions, you say. You say it will take me to all corners of the realm. That sounds exactly like the kind of opportunity I need. And don't worry, I'm not the same stripling you met in Little Alamigo. I've prepared myself to fight the evil I know now is out there. I love that we're recruiting people from the, like, 2.0. I didn't realize this when I first played. I didn't realize that you were recruiting, because I wasn't paying as close of attention, but that the people who join are all people who were tied to the MSQ, and specifically people you saved or at least gave second chances in different ways. I guess not real. I mean, real, kind of. Too bad 15 didn't get the sequels. I don't know how you would give 15 a sequel. I mean, it would have to be a new generation. And I don't think that 15 sequel would have solved 15's problems. And also the amount of development. Honestly, in a lot of ways, I'm glad that they just moving on to 16. And I'm also glad that Yoshi P clearly is someone who, like, really appreciates the fact that a piece of narrative needs to tell itself and beginning, middle, end, and have, like, a complete thought in and of itself. So I'm really certain that 16 is going to be at least good narrative that is incredibly consistent about telling itself. King Marguerite Dog. What? How fared you, Elio? What hidden gems did the Street of the Uldas offer up to your unrelenting gaze? Yeah, I would just go look at the list of summons that Chrissy pointed out that's on the wiki. I would just go down that list. A single Alamegan youth. Well, you've certainly given us an admirable start, even if our ranks are yet somewhat thin. In these troubled years following the calamity, talk of Eorzean's salvation must seem akin to grasping at clouds. But there are those who have risen to the challenge nonetheless, and the hope that inspires these people was born in no small part from the victories you yourself have won. Thank you, Elio. I will not squander the precious gift you have placed in my keeping. These recruits will become the foundation of a new beginning. Ah yes, we are free to begin. As you have no doubt surmised, the Sultana also graced my trial company with her blessing. Our first wave of recruitment is over, the documents signed and the finances secured. There's naught to prevent me from taking the next step.
You are concerned by the Syndicate's involvement, as was I. Thus was the origin of every coin of their contribution carefully scrutinized and recorded. This organization will not be built on corruption. Naturally, I would prefer not to rely upon the outside sources at all, but even my family's substantial coffers could not sustain a venture of this magnitude. I was about to say something about what about Emelians, but, And as for the rumors and doubts surrounding this enterprise, well, such things shall plague us until the company has had its chance to prove its worth. It will not be an easy process, but we will earn people's trust one success at a time. Speaking of time, we should waste no more of it. Let us return to the Rising Stones and lay the first stone for a united Eorzea. Oh boy, Wilrid. Yep. Weirdest summon in an FF game in mind, Ragnarok and FF6. It summons the Ragnarok sword. You got a choice between the Ragnarok sword, best one in the game, and the Ragnarok summon, which teaches Ultima. Yeah. Well, could you imagine if they kept 15 and 13's universe? Yeah, that would have been really weird. I mean, the thing is that everything we know about Versus 13 was so fundamentally different from 13 and 15 that, like, to me, it's almost like a Final Fantasy 12 versus Tactics situation. Great cutscene here.
Tell me, General, what think you of Alfino's bold endeavor?
I think it is more than bold, Your Grace. His organization would pave the way for a united Eorzea. Well do I understand his impatience, since facing the common threat of the Ultima weapon, our nations have seemed farther apart, not closer together. Considering the many problems we face, should we not be glad that someone else is taking the initiative?
We have all pledged our cooperation, yet the grumbling continues behind closed doors. Ul'dah is not alone in her duplicity. I myself have doubts as to the good this organization will achieve. With the inclusion of the finest soldiers of the 3 grand companies, it promises to be a fearsome military body. But whom will it serve? Even under the watchful gaze of the Scions, it is not unthinkable that such a force could perpetrate a great wrong. Does it not concern you that a significant proportion of its financial backing came from the coffers of the Syndicate? That those unprincipled worms might forge this extraordinary gathering of warriors into a private army?
I have trust in the Scions, Your Grace. They have spared us no end of trouble at the hands of the Primals. If they seek reinforcements, I deem it unwise to deny them. As for their finances, full many gave generously. And though our nobles proffered a sizable sum, their coin did not spill from the pockets of Lolorito and his cronies. And what of the presence of our stalwart adventurer friend in this endeavor? I doubt the Warrior of Light would betray our cause.
And so smart, too, because they set this up at so hardcore in 2.3.
Yes, there is that,
but then they get you
suppose.
distracted with the Assail.
Yet I have known people to change. Whether we will or no, the events of the age hurl us this way and that, like a dust devil skipping across the sands. Cannot be done about Telechi?
I have explored all avenues available to us, Your Grace. But as Ul'dah law now stands, we lack the
Yeah, she's
evidence
in her
to
20s.
convict him of any crime. To arrest him on
not like
spurious
Nanamo's, like,
grounds
16 or
would only
something.
play into his hands.
He has all but committed treason, and yet we can do nothing? Then what good our government? What worth the royal house? How deplorable this mockery of justice!
No.
Have faith, Your Grace. It is not over.
Like, don't get me wrong, Merlwyb gets a lot to do, especially later on. And, like, Cunningston has got some moments, but, like, the Nanamo and Roban are, like, by far get to be the best and most interesting leaders. Makes me glad I started in Ul'dah. Oh my god, you guys going crazy. 15 Squall will work really... won't relay work magic died with Norths if you don't have the books canceled deals. I'm Kira, I totally 15. Yeah, I can't yeah. I'm just hyped that the scale and the summon seem to be similar and even improved from 15 because that's one of the elements that they actually did nail. Yeah, scale for 15 they fucking nailed scale. Fucking phenomenal. The summon stuff was fucking phenomenal. No question. I love. Like, one of my favorite games of all time is Shadow of the Colossus because I adore games that actually understand a sense of enormity and scale. And very few things pull it off. Very few things successfully pull off actually what it means to make something feel massive. And they did that really well with 15. And yeah, 16 is going to be interesting to see how they do that, though, because some are bigger than others, but also because of the way that, like, the fights work, it'll be interesting how the mechanics for that all play out. There's some magic, Dave, aunts in the wood, and those that can borrow magic, but after that, what? Pretty off topic, but I wonder if you're planning on trying Digimon Survive since it's getting released this Friday. I don't have the extra money to buy it, so I wasn't going to be, if someone wanted to buy it for, like, Sloppy Sunday or something, I guess, but, like, other than that, I wasn't planning on it. But I'd be willing to try it. And then Type 0 is stuck there too. Yeah, Type 0 is interesting. 2 double yokes, fuck yeah. Every Raubon and Nanamo scene is great, especially the ones from Stormblood. Yeah, I would argue like all of them, even the Realm Reborn ones are some of the best, are great. But yeah, I love the connection between 13 and Type 0 and the when they could have done with versus 13. Yeah, the idea the crystal fabulous I always forget how to say it, but anyways, the idea of giving multiple teams a root mythology and then having them create a bunch of different games based off of that fundamental idea for mythology and letting them interpret differently, I think is great. I wish that they had gone a little further with it. Such heavy responsibilities on a young girl, damn. Yeah, don't mind Lalafell, some of them just sounds too old. Yeah, but after this she starts talking less like a 50-year-old. I feel like especially like Nanamo here sounds pretty close to how she sounds in Heavensward On. Wait, how old is Nanamo? Exactly how old she is? I have a note. Give me a second to pull up my notes because I keep notes on people's ages. 1550. She was born in 1556. We have the end of the 6th astral era is in 1572, so that means it's 1577. So she's 21, I think. 1556. Yeah, she's 21. They find her voice and speech pattern later. Yeah, I will say, I think Nanamo, like, don't get me wrong, Nanamo, if you start in Ul'dah is woof, but I think even here, I think by 2.x, I think it's there. I think it's actually, personally. They get the most drama, which helps. Yeah, 21, I think. Yep, 21. Yeah, weekly reset time to go to craft Emelians. Yeah. Oh, I need to finish. I'm on my last step for Emelians, but I haven't been getting on 14 because I haven't had time, like, at post-stream. This is not the journey I soon wish to repeat, but I cannot pause to rest. The culmination of our efforts is at hand. I must see to the preparations for the inaugural ceremony. Thank you for allowing me to monopolize your services, Elio. I'm certain the antecedent will be relieved to see you free for your other duties. Greetings, Elio. I'm sorry. Greetings, Elio. Alfino tells me all is in the place to begin his trial company. The Scion shall certainly be grateful to have the support of such an organization. The inaugural ceremony is set to take place here at the Rising Stones. Tataru is cooperating with Alfino to see that all is in readiness, so I'm afraid the recruits themselves have been left to their own devices for the time being. Quite a number of new faces have arrived in Revenant's Toll of late, and I wonder if Slaffborn might not find himself overwhelmed. Would you speak with him and see if there is aught he requires? I thought we were going to have so much less of 2.3 to do today. I'm worried that we actually might not even get to Snowcloak at this pace. Final Fantasy 15-2 won't work after Magic family lines died out in the game. Oh, I see. That's what you're getting at. Yeah, I think you could get away with Magitech though. You just make 15-2 purely Magitech or something. Or like you find a random way to justify how the teleportation abilities and stuff are like begot. Like you could come up with bullshit. Like Final Fantasy 13-2 does time travel bullshit. So I think you could find a way to justify it. 15 already does backflips over itself. What can I do for you, Elio? I thought you had your fans full helping out with the new arms of the Scion. Ha! I barely noticed your recruits arrive. 'Twas barely a trickle compared to the flood of treasure hunters we have passed through here every day. While I appreciate your offer of aid, 'tis more your burden that concerns me. I'm told that the trial company will answer directly to the antecedent, so I trust that means less work for you in the long run. Slothborn, the shipments! We couldn't... Godswoman, what befell? We were bringing the shipments to Revenant's Toll, provisions and earmarked for the frontier effort. But just as we sought the crossover in the Mordona, we were set upon by brigands. I believe that we may have been heretics. There were many, too many. We only escaped with our lives by abandoning supplies. Pray forgive us. There is naught to forgive. Provisions can be replaced, but smart soldiers are hard to find. Take your rest and I'll have someone along to tend to those wounds. What to do? If heretics are involved, then it is like to be more than a case of simple thievery. Ishgard will need to be informed. Whence did these supplies originate? House Fortomps. We conducted the provisions from the Camp Dragonhead proper. Understood. I shall see that they are appraised of this development. Elio, were you not on good terms with the Knights of House Fortomp? I will be sending them a missive immediately, of course, but I would also have you travel there and offer your considerable talents. Yes, I realize my conduct earlier hopes to lighten your load, but I need someone who can help bring this incident to a satisfactory conclusion. Our favorable relations with Ishgard are far too important to risk half measures. Thank you for your understanding. I'm certain Lord Horchfond will be glad of your assistance. I'm really hoping for some really badass kaiju battles in 16. I mean, look, if there's one thing you're going to get, I'm thinking it's definitely going to be kaiju fights. That's going to happen. We literally have seen like some gameplay of that. She was 16 when the Calamity hit. Yes. Also, how long did the story actually take place in universe? I forgot where I heard someone say 10 years actually passed, so I want to check. No. Okay. A Realm Reborn starts in what would effectively be 1577 of the 6th Astral Era. Obviously, the 7th Astral Era, but starts 5 years after the end of 1.0. We do not know how long it has been. I think someone already mentioned this in chat, but I'm going to go over this. There is a time bubble. The answer is don't worry about it. If you want a best guess estimate, based on the fact that we repeatedly get informed that Eorzean tend to have their growth spurt by at least age 20, and the fact that the twins haven't had it yet, which we're, again, told explicitly, it's definitely been less than 4 years. And due to the amount of time that we get via random quests and a Realm Reborn, just like random people saying stuff, having been at least a certain amount of moons, it has been at least 1 year, almost certainly. Almost emphatically, it has been at least 1 year between a Realm Reborn and Endwalker. I am of the mind that spiritually, it makes the most sense to assume it's been about 2 years. I think effectively, that makes a lot of sense when you think about the amount of events that have taken course over the interceding time. It's at least 1, likely 2, and possibly up to 3/4. I treat it as if it's 2. Well, if it isn't my fine friend Elio, Forgeron, would you care for a plate of roast caracal? Some mulled wine? No? I see you've not come into my hall merely to escape the biting cold. I was in fact on the verge of opening an urgent missive from Revenant's Toll, and I suspect that the timing of your arrival is no coincidence. My FC is online, so I'm dead. Thanks for streaming. Yep, good to have you, Kira.
The incident with the new frontier hands? No, you need not elaborate. I have been following their progress with no small amount of interest.
Wait, isn't this his heavenward voice?
Brave men and women all. They do our nation a great service. The existence of a fortified outpost in Mordona will do much to dissuade the Empire from trespassing on Kurthus soil.
So for the people who get voices in A Realm Reborn, so they start switching over some voices, I think.
Right glad am I that you have chosen to lend your support to this endeavor. Never let it be said that House Fortom does not acknowledge the efforts of her allies, or her debts. 'Twas in the spirit of gratitude that I arranged for sundry supplies to be delivered to Revenant's Toll. That the shipment should chance to be waylaid by heretics is poor fortune indeed.
Yeah.
Poor fortune, I say, yet not without precedent. If you would know the truth of it, these incorrigible villains grow more organized with each passing day.
But what I suspect, the reason I ask is because what's important here is that they stopped using the voice acting house. So what my primary point I meant to get at was, is this a oh my god, I'm forgetting the word, but basically this is not from the same voice acting house that a lot of the AR people are from. And I think so, like, I think anyone who gets a new voice actor at this point is someone they've switched over, that is the way that they've done it since, starting with Heaven's Word. So this is effectively already a transition point for some voice actors. And we know, like, Giselle and stuff, like, there are obviously some voice actors that didn't change, but the improvement in quality of all the new people as well makes me assume that that's what happened. They stopped using the voice actors officially probably sometime around the voice acting house sometime around 2.0, except for they probably still had contracts for some of the characters or something. Brian, good to see you. Glad to have you.
This new unity of purpose we attribute to their leader, the Lady Iceheart. But though I have devoted significant resources to the task of identifying this woman, we have yet to learn so much as her birth name. What we do know is that the heretics speak of Iceheart in reverent tones, and would gladly embrace death rather than betray her. Such loyalty is rare indeed, and I fear to imagine what so committed a collective might achieve. The brigands have not yet been so brazen as to risk direct confrontation here in Dragonhead. Some few of their number have, however, been sighted not far to the west of here, and with ever-increasing regularity. A visit to Whitebrim Front may bring you the answers you seek. Will you brave the snows, knowing what implacable foes may lie in wait? Halone's blessings be upon you! Though I take no pride in the admission, many of mine own countrymen are not so well suited as you adventurers to dealing with such foes. Were they dragons, it might be otherwise.
Okay, I need a second for this. I had on multiple videos a bunch of people making fun of me for saying Halone instead of Halone. Literally voiced. It's literally voice acted here.
But truly, I could not wish for a finer ally. You have done much for my house in the past, and I have no doubt but that I shall have cause to celebrate your deeds again ere long. Should you learn aught of value, pray return to me forthwith. A warm hearth and a warmer welcome shall be waiting for you.
I mean, they say Halone. Like that's the thing that's driving me wild. I haven't checked it recently, but it's like, I don't understand. Here's one thing. I don't understand people's propensity to need to correct other people. I super don't understand people's propensity to need to correct other people when you're wrong. Like, if you're gonna correct someone, at least do the fucking work to make sure you're right. It's just fucking, it's wild to me, like, when people are correcting other people about, like, lore stuff. I've literally seen people correct other people with factually explicit, textually wrong information, but also pronunciation corrections are just wild to me because, like, I've seen people correct people about how to say a name that has never been voiced in game. It's like, you don't know that that's the correct pronunciation. It's just why it's baffling to me. I forgot to catch up on you guys. 15 it's in a time, but yeah, 15, like, Simpsons perpetually 5 years after the Calamity, yeah. 15 already has a driving mechanic just like GTA Insomnia. Think of things with Yeah, editing is done. Yeah, kaiju fight will probably be visually really cool, but I'm kind of fearing the gameplay won't be that interesting during parts where you get to control the icons. It's possible. I will say that the fundamental combat mechanics being created by the guy who did the DMC5's combat makes me pretty okay to just like assume that it's either going to be pretty good, and even if the icon fights are like very different, but are just like, 'cause it seems like from some of the interviews that like the different fights are going to play like a different type of mini game. So like the one against Titan will almost be like a wrestling fight. I think it'll be fine. I think it's only Ishgardian characters in AR that didn't change VAs. It probably came from the new studio. Yeah. Did you hear about the Eorzean who raised an army of undead Rogaden? He was a necromancer. Oh, Dez. They want to feel smarter than someone else. It's a pride ego thing, maybe. I mean, you have to assume, but it's just like weird. It's like, you could just not. Especially if you're going to be wrong. Elio, is there aught you would ask of me? Pray, speak plainly. I am a man of action, and I need no honeyed word. On the trail of a band of thieving heretics, you say. By the fury, but you do seem destined to cross paths with those villains. I must confess then, 'tis a sad truth that the wilds hereabouts have indeed grown thick with their number. They strike swiftly without warning, and are canny enough to evade our most able trackers. But 'tis not merely their newfound organization that confounds us. The heretics themselves are somehow changed. I know not what manner of influence this ice heart wields, but the men we face seem utterly lost in the grip of righteous fervor. 'Tis an unsettling and unnatural zeal. Mayhap you could care to question one of their recent victims. As fate would have it, your arrival came moments after a trader was waylaid on the road. A patrol found an unfortunate fellow laying senseless in the snow and carried him to our infirmary. Assuming he has regained the use of his faculties, the merchant might recall some small detail that could aid you in your task. They want to feel... I think it's tomato, not tomato. I mean, I say tomato, so... no, I say tomato. It's Aerith. I mean, to be fair, that was a localization issue, because it was, like, when 7 came out, it was Aerith. Like, they localized it incorrectly. But it is Aerith. Like, Aerith is correct, but that's not even a pronunciation issue. That's like, that was just a localization mistake that got specifically rectified. It's always underneath it. Well, unless it's up. Is it up? Hey, there we go. Tell you what happened? Why, yes, of course, I'm quite recovered enough for that. Anything to help catch those cowardly blackhearts. I was traveling my usual route to Whitebrim Farm when a sudden blow sent me reeling. The next thing I know, I was on the ground and several heretics were rifling through my cargo. Arms, armor, crystals, they were taking everything. 'Twas then that one of them noticed my bleary gaze, and stalked over to better acquaint my head with his mace. Before darkness claimed me, however, I distinctly heard the words, "Return to Snowcloak." I dare say that this is where they were hauling my goods, but you'll not catch me rushing off in pursuit. They tell me 'twas a miracle I survived at all, and I'll not trust my thick skull to save me a second time. Yeah, people are so rude for no reason. It's just, like, it's mostly, like, it does annoy me. It's just also kind of sad. It's like, even if you think it, you don't have to be even if you're right, you don't have to be an asshole about it. Like, that's what's frustrating is, like, you can be like, oh, hey, there's this part of the game where someone voices the line and they say it this way. Cool. You know, like, I'm going to feel bad, like, I fucked up. But, like, that's helpful. That's you know, useful. But being like, you say hello neighbor, you say Althic wrong. It's like, well, no one voices the line. We're just making a best guess. Like, that's the thing. It's like, it's just weird. All right, I'm gonna go watch more episodes of Breaking Bad and then go to bed. See you next stream. See you, Kira. Thanks for joining in. Does anyone anywhere say potato? No, we say potatoes. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Potatoes. One of those things I love about my grandmother that she says sweater and breakfast instead of sweater and breakfast. That's new. Never seen that. House during dare night. Gah, draw your weapon, fool. Wait, I recognize you. Adventurer, you are come seeking heretics? Then we shall share a common purpose. We are on patrol when we catched across one of their raiding parties and pursued them here. By rights, we should have had them cornered in this ravine, and yet they are gone, vanished like icy wraiths. Immediately followed by mash and boil them, stick of his... Yep. There are many legit things to be upset about in the world. How other people pronounce things is basically never going to be one of them. Yeah. Especially because, like, language. It's her. It's the good lady. We're going to be best friends one day. You glimpsed a woman atop the cliff. Could it be Iceheart herself come to sneer at our folly? And to where did she disappear? The heretics must have discovered a passage through the frozen wall, some hidden tunnel that escaped our notice. We have not the men to risk further investigation. 'Twould be best were we to return to Whiteburn Frump and lay our suspicions before Lord Drillmont. Yourself! Indeed. Behemoth, Fate. The amount of times I've seen people trying to clear that fate but not having enough people to do it breaks my heart. I may need to change the thumbnail for today's episode because literally I'm worried we're not... I mean, I guess Horsefond Ysael still works. We still got introduced. Elio, it appears I owe you many thanks once again. The surviving knight spared no detail in the report. The men you found out near Snowcloak were some of my finest. That they should be bested so handily, I fear I have woefully underestimated the threat these heretics pose. While I understand you might balk at the notion, I must ask that you put aside your mission and consider the stolen provisions lost to us for now. 'Twould be ill-advised to blunder unprepared into what may well be the very lair of our enemy. Pray, return to Dragonhead and inform Lord Horsefond of your discoveries. We will wish to plan contingencies of his own. As for Iceheart and her fanatics, the freezing heights of Snowcloak will not shield them from our justice for long. I wonder if we'll ever see Lise come back into the primary narrative. Like, Lise exists in Endwalker, obviously, to an extent, but, like, I wonder... I can't think of anything, like, because with her responsibilities to Alamigo, I can't think of something that would make specific sense. Like, if you think about it, having her be a part of a Mericidian expedition doesn't make sense. She's not part of the Scions anymore, so, like, I can't foresee that would happen, other than in some broad ways.
Your return is most timely. Of their own accord, my thoughts had turned to your task and the progress thereof. I confess, my imaginings tended toward the grim and bloody.
Squats.
But you are here now, and I suspect such frivolous wonderings do little justice to the reality of your travails. Tell me, what did you learn of Iceheart?
Oh, the English is so much better than the Japanese.
Indeed. And this transpired at Snowcloak? Of all the highlands, that towering wall has borne the worst of the region's brutal shift in climate. So inhospitable has Snowcloak become that we have still to survey the area in its entirety. Could its frozen heights conceal the heretics' hideaway? Mayhap a more robust reconnaissance effort is in order. Putting such considerations aside for the moment, we still know far too little of this Iceheart. That she is capable of commanding such a band of fanatics bespeaks natural authority, and no small measure of charisma.
This is such an Eorzean
As much
party.
as I would like to fathom this mystery with you, the situation has grown beyond my personal purview. I am bound by duty to inform the Temple Knights and request that they bring this matter to its conclusion. Given the glowing reports the new commander has garnered thus far, I am certain that they can be relied upon to take appropriate action. Though Iceheart's true identity yet eludes us, you have provided us with a point from which to begin. Sometimes it takes but a single stone to prompt an avalanche. On the matter of the stolen provisions, I have already made arrangements for a second shipment to be sent to Revenant's Toll. I could not well allow such an honorable venture to be undermined by one miserable setback.
Oh, yeah, that's understandable. Although, inexorably, I think the reality is that that will continue to happen. I wouldn't even be surprised if 7.0 is Y'shtola's last, like, big hurrah. I don't think Y'shtola's gonna die. I just have suspicions that, based on everything everything that 6.x is setting up for, I think Y'shtola's time with the Scions may be coming to a close. And Thancred as well. I could be wrong, though.
Elio, 'tis good to see you return to the Troll. How fared you in the frozen wastes of Kurthis? House Fultoms is to send us a second shipment. I must send my thanks to Lord Hoshafan for his continued generosity. Yet even as our town grows in prosperity, I fear it will attract ever greater numbers of those who would do us harm in the name of greed or power. All of us, Alfino's new recruits included, must remain vigilant against such threats. While you were away in Kurthis, preparations for the inaugural ceremony were all but completed. Although Tataru doesn't yet seem somewhat flustered. I've taken enough of your time. Why don't you head to the Rising Stones and see if your frantic receptionist could do with a hand?
Yeah. I see what you mean there, yeah. Hold the heck up, Mr. You're about to make me cry today. Am I? Am I breaking your heart with these revelations? Doesn't she pull from her own life force in order to see around her, though? I thought Matoya mentioned that she's cutting her life short by doing that. Could be a misremembering, though. No, that is a thing, Roria. No, you're correct. I don't think that we're going to see her die. I think that might be something that could continue to be a problem, potentially. I have suspicions about another way that might be addressed, but no, I don't think that's going to be what's going on. I think... I suspect it's more to do with the recent events, and I can't really talk about it. Not even just because like major spoilers, but also because like major spoilers connected to multiple expansions. But let's just say that there are reasons that I think that I would be glad to talk to someone about in Endwalker spoilers later. By the way, right now, because I've been like busy running around with real world work and stuff, if you guys have a specific topic you want to talk to me about in the Discord, feel free to just go ahead and at me in the end. Like for now, just if it becomes a problem, we can talk about it later, but like it's much easier to know that people want to talk to me than it is to like be checking in regularly because I have very limited time. Oh, these parchments need to be sorted in these documents. Why are they even here? Oh, I'm sorely tempted to file that lot in my waste paper basket. Ah, Elio, you startled me. You wish to lend a hand? Splendid. Would you be a dear and hand these uniforms to the new recruits? They've scattered about Revenant's Toll and haven't the time to track them all down. I don't know why I'm going. Oh, recruits know to don their garb immediately and assemble here in the Rising Stones. You'll want to report directly back to Alfino if you don't wish to miss the ceremony. I wonder if the Scions will ever have a matching uniforms. A well-funded organization is a well-dressed organization, I suppose. Gotcha. Yeah. If you still don't think we'd leave, it would leave poor Eorzean to babysit everyone else. I mean, not babysit. I think what you'd see is you just see the Scions change. I think you would see. I mean, Eorzean was always, like, for a long time was on the outside. So, like, you can imagine that, like, Hoary Boulder starts joining the main Scion, cadre, or, we get new blood in, like a new Charlian, or, like, there's a lot of different things. Oh, it's Yu Yu Hase. Everyone's favorite, Okay, so do we go high or do we go low ass as possible? Yeah, well, we're going low ass.
Those who believe they must comply will see no riches or short-sighted fools. The giving of one's self is an investment in the future. Thus did I sign my name to the cause. These uniforms were a splendid idea. Once our organization has made a name for itself, there shall be a wealth of plenty in selling replica costumes to the adoring masses.
Hoary Boulder sweep, baby. Yep. Go so low with you, Haza. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. I would suspect, especially with the fact that Hoary Boulder showed up the way he did in the beginning of Endwalker, I wouldn't be surprised if Hoary Boulder ends up becoming more prominent scion. It may have just also been just like a nod, though.
The Scarlet Guard makes me a proud member of the Maelstrom and a hardy defender of Limsa Limitsa. Yet in truth, I stand for the betterment of the realm, and though this new company a fine opportunity to contribute on a grander scale. Oh, now that's a striking shade of blue. Put along my Maelstrom uniform, my wardrobe will certainly not lack for color.
I mean, with what he's about, it's not surprising. Everybody loves you, Hase. Hey! I wonder what's up with this random NPC. I don't think we're gonna see him again.
I don't believe we've met. I'm Elbert, and I will have the honor of leading my fellow recruits as captain. Much did I lose to the Calamity, and I look forward to aiding others in rebuilding their lives. The uniforms are a shrewd decision. There's no easier method of creating a common bond among what else? Essentially a band of strangers.
The Elbert guy? Yeah, he's super forgetful. Yeah. Who? Who are you talking about, Auroria? I've already forgotten. LL Bird, is that he like LL Bean? Yes. Yes, LL Bird. Actually, LL Bird is more like Sean Bean. Wilred!
Little Alamigo to learn much from Revenant's Toll, that this town could be so alive in the midst of such desolation. I've never worn aught quite so voluminous. Well, I'm sure I'll grow accustomed to the extra cloth in time. Luminous.
Elio Faucheron, gods, I did not expect to meet you strolling about town. The tales of your primal battles were what inspired me to come to Revenant's Toll. 'Tis an honor to receive this uniform from your hands. I shall wear it with pride. I love that there's like this background theme of 14 that is like, yes, you are a savior and that you like hold the line against certain impossible odds, but more than anything, the power is that you inspire people to do more, to do better.
Hello there, lad. Looking for me, was ye? I'd suggest giving a whistle, but I'm not sure I'd hear it amongst all the bustle. Ho ho ho, proper uniforms and all. This'll thing cut off the blood to my head. Not to worry though, I'm sure she'll make fine after making a few adjustments.
Drifts into the room on a chocobo. Hey, Koshek, good to see you, glad to have you. Are they back up there? Oh wait, I have a chocobo. Speaking of drifting on a chocobo. Oh hey, she joined. Isildur is at last retired from the adventurous life. Though I shall miss his wisdom and irrepressible spirit, I'm excited to forge my own path forwards. I totally didn't realize she joined the... Yeah. Ah, yes, the uniform, thank you. Truth be told, the thought of pledging myself to such a lofty organization is somewhat intimidating. God, I love how fucking characters come back up. Fucking using what they got. I thought it was best to mimic my fellows here, but I'll admit that I have no idea what we're supposed to be doing. Ah, new uniforms. I'm reminded of my induction into the Wood Whalers. Yay, Alien! Yes, Ray, when I see her, I think of you. She turns up later in the storyline. Oh, nice. Yeah, I like a lot of characters like that I've totally forgot about, especially because of how much, like, how long ago I played Realm Reborn, and the fact that I wasn't as engaged as deeply in Realm Reborn. If Square were smart, they would sell Scion branded coffee mugs and t-shirts under the story. It is Tatari making merchandise for Scion profits. Now that is a smart idea. Hoary Boulder and Colton is... Nope. The sisters aren't here yet. Once they are, you bet your sweet ass I'm gonna be, we're gonna be making sure to check in on the further adventures of the Cockburn sisters.
Yes, Elio. Tataru mentioned you were handing out the new uniforms. I assume you met the rest of the recruits. Some few answered the call to arms I put forth through the established grand companies and such. We are not yet an army, but there is much a small corps of elite warriors can achieve. Did I mention I thought of a name for the company? It is my hope that it shall soon be known across the breadth of Eorzea. The moment of truth draws near, Elio. Once the last of the recruits have gathered, I shall make the official announcement.
Comrades, your presence here this day signifies the momentous choice that each of you has made. With your strength now pledged to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, you are beholden to no single nation. You stand as the vanguard for a united Eorzea. From this moment forth, I declare you Crystal Braves. Let us mend this fractured realm and face our enemies as one. Whether it be the Beastmen and their primals, or the conflict in Carteneau, it is plain that the nations of Eorzea cannot solve the problems which plague the realm. Thus does it fall to some few heroic souls to succeed where they have failed. Come! Take your place at the Scion's side as guardians of Eorzea, and together we shall fight for the freedom of all! For the freedom of all!
Okay, now I'm thinking about... Okay, so I'm probably going to have to change the thumbnail and stuff. Unless streams of ice... no, I think but we can get Snowcloak. I bet we can make it.
A rousing speech, Alphino. Or should I say, Crystal Brave Commander Leveilleur.
Who thought it was a good idea to make a
Please,
16-year-old the leader of a military
the title
body?
is honorary. I shall not be leading the troops into battle, as it were.
For the freedom of all.
We are of the same purpose. Let us join hands and do what must be done to save this land.
The Scions stand ready.
Then there's the guy. John, good to see you. Glad to have you. "16-year-old commander, I see no problem there." Nope, none at all. Like, look, he's a good diplomat. He's a good tactician. Like, it's not that he's not a capable individual, but, like, there is something to be said that there's, sometimes there's life experience.
I'm eager to see what the Crystal Braves might accomplish. This shall prove an interesting time indeed for the Scions. Yes, I'm listening. So our worst fears are confirmed. The entire Isle. Such power defies comprehension.
Sucks that the Isle of Vol will never come up again
Truly?
as any kind of story.
Kryl is alive? Thank the 12.
Unrelated, you guys should go play
I see.
Stormblood and play the side
Pray,
content for it.
inform me if her condition changes. Yes, I shall pass on your words to Eorzean. My thanks. I shall contact you anon. When I learned of the loss of the Isle of Val, I dared not hope that my friend had survived. Yet, by some miracle, it would seem she has. She's still to regain consciousness, it is true, but better that than death. Putting this happy
They did
news to
such a
one
good job
side,
setting up Heaven's
we
Word.
must now endeavor to make sense of the readings taken by the survey party. It appears the etheric disturbance which accompanied the Isle's destruction is of a magnitude alarmingly close to that of Ultima. Could the Ascians be responsible for this devastation as well? I wonder, have you heard aught from the Mother Crystal since the battle with the Garleans?
Tethys.
Then she speaks to neither one of us. Hydaelyn's silence portends naught but ill, I fear. Louisoix, I pray you yet watch over us.
It's interesting because we're in 2.x. In all the other expansions, you got your 0.1 through 0.3 is like an epilogue for the prior expansion, and then your 0.4 and 0.5 are like direct setups for the next one. Now, it's never quite that linear, but it is effectively the case. And it's interesting here because that's less clearly defined compared to what happens with all the expansions to follow. Yeah, I'm sure we'll never hear about this Krile person again. Nope. But that's also because like everything is set up for the end of this, but also everything is also set up for Heavensward. So it's like there's a different pacing to it. Very good. See that the provisions are prepared for transport. Let us hope this shipment is spared the fate of the last. Totally didn't realize he was standing there for this. I totally didn't remember this cutscene. The winds are uncommonly fierce today. Who is this crowd person they speak of? Is that another reference? I'm sure we'll also never hear. But yeah, I think so, but I'm not sure. Oh, did we see Thoradin this early? Someone finished the cathedral asset and was like, why don't we show it off? Getting people hyped for Heavensward. Definitely was not concerning at the time, I'm sure. I didn't realize he was standing there for this. Yeah. Oh, so I'm not far behind you. I think I'm at the whirlwind currently. Nice. Tattle, good to see you. Glad to have you. Where they were standing in the cutscene just now, probably won't be back to that particular gift. No, we don't have our head there. Where could the next expansion be after this set? I'm thinking we're going to, well, okay, after where we are, we keep seeing Ishgard, so New World? No, not concerning at all. Elio, I have to run the vault with you. It's personal. Sounds good. Try as I might, I cannot shake a creeping sense of dark foreboding, but it avails us not to fret about the unknown. We must concentrate instead on the problems of the present. The primals have been relatively quiet of late, and the beast tribes who summon them are under constant surveillance by the Grand Companies. Should any suspicion actively be afoot, you may be certain that we will hear of it. And until such time as permanent solutions to the primal problem has been found, we can do little but wait and observe. As for the Ascians, Eorzean is wholly dedicated to finding the means by which we may defeat the dark beings. Let us pray for good tidings on that front. But all of this you knew already. Let us speak then of more current matters, in particular, the state of the Crystal Braves. Alphino did well to found the organization, but ensuring its smooth operation is another matter entirely. Though I doubt not that he is doing his best, I felt that a helping hand or two would not go astray. To this end, I offered to send one of the archons to assist him, but he declined. You know how he can be, independent to a fault, and as singularly loath to accept help. Save, of course, when the help comes from you. Alphino has entrusted countless matters of import to your care in the past, and I believe he would not hesitate to do so again were you to offer. I should be most grateful if you would go to him and support him in whatever manner you are able. Yeah, the primals aren't causing any troubles queuing into roulettes for Titan again. Fiercely looks up if Paladin learns cover by level 57. Yes, Paladin does learn cover by 57. Yep. I know because you can use it in I'm certain I used it in Binding Coils. You know, alternatively, just go play Dragon Song Ultimate. Nah, Deathmare City. Did you see that raid series? It's true. No, you're right. You're right. There's a heavy implication of the... No, but I would say that because there's Mammal Jaw in the Crystal Tower, the Alliance raid is definitely setting up for New World for 3.0. Cover is 45, so you're good. Yep. Thank you, Jellybean. Oh, why did I run out? Are they here? Nope, they're not here yet. Yes, it would be foolish to sacrifice nutrition for flavor. If Eorzean, our most skilled culinarians, work closely together, I dare say they could create extraordinary dishes sure to satisfy Eorzeans and Domans alike. Dispatch the first unit to Ul'dah. The second and the fourth are to stand by for further orders. A dazzling floral arrangement, each blossom a peerless beauty in her own right. Ah, the blessing and the burden of an overactive imagination. What is it, Elio? And do be concise. I am rather busy. You would lend a hand, you say? I see. Well, now that you mention it, there is a matter that wants for attention. Given its sensitive nature, I was hesitant to entrust it to my braves, but the demands upon my time are such that I had little choice. Which is not to say that the men want for labor. Though we are but newly formed, there is already a great demand for our services, and we are hard-pressed to answer all the petitions. But I digress. The fact is, I would sooner attend to this particular matter myself, but my presence is required elsewhere. That being the case, I have entrusted its resolution to my second-in-command, Captain Ilberd. Tell him that I sent you, and he will furnish you with particulars. My thanks in advance, Elio. No, Alfie foisted off the things he didn't want to do on the Warrior of Light. Big difference, monophilia. Before people think we're...
Hail to you, Scion. How might we serve you?
But he has a different voice actor. That's fascinating.
Commander Leveilleur bade you serve us?
Welcome back, Aurora.
These are welcome tidings indeed. Given the sensitive nature of the task, I could not rely on one of my own.
His voice isn't sloppy. Ain't got that Manchester accent. Yeah, he is the opposite of sloppy.
That which I'm about to tell you, I tell you in the strictest confidence. Some days ago, we received certain documents from an anonymous source. They notified us of the presence of a Garlean agent within the ranks of one of the Grand Companies. Following some discreet inquiries, we identified a suspect among the Immortal Flames, whom we detained for questioning. Alas, the man was not our agent. He was but one of many men in the agent's employ. We pressed the traitor for a name, but he had none to give. He claims never to have met his master, whom he knows only as the Ivy. He was, however, certain that this Ivy had coiled itself around every part of the Immortal Flames. It would seem our quarry joined the company some time ago, and gradually recruited others to his cause. These conspirators
I was going to add the sloppy emote, but we need 3 more members
without
before we
exposing
can get that.
himself. It won't be easy to identify the Ivy amidst this tangled mass of subterfuge, but we have a tendril in our hands, and we shall follow it all the way to the gnarled root. Now, much as I would prefer to proceed with due discretion, circumstances demand that this matter be settled post-haste. Garlemald's War of Succession nears its end, and it is feared that the Empire will soon resume its march on Eorzea.
When it does, we can ill afford to have traitors in our midst. The ivy must be rooted out now. We must begin by apprising General Roban of our findings. I would ask that you accompany me to the Hall of
barbecue
Flames
doing the mods
and
work
remain on
on
hand
the mods.
to see that things go smoothly. Assuming the ivy's tendrils are as widespread as we believe, he will be aware that an investigation is underway. And if that is the case, he may well move against us. We must be prepared for anything, while taking care not to betray our purpose by seeming prepared. A simple enough task for a one-man army like you.
So why didn't he get a new voice actor? Does his voice actor change during 3.0? That's so weird. I wonder what the like cause and cadence of it all was. We have a tendril in our hands. Ilberd, you're one of the 7 tendrils. I know a couple of you like having tendrils in your hands, as it were. Find the tendril and firmly grasp it. God damn it, guys. Hey, sketchy, but hotness is right there. I love that you're so, like, hardcore on, like, Alfino for, like, fuck that whelp, and yet the second that Ilberd's hot, you're like, yeah, but he's hot, though. Contracts and studio stuff, hence why they changed studios. No, but that's what I'm saying, Cindrix, but, like, there are people in here that weren't a part of the studio that did already...
Well,
so, like, they hired people.
What brings you here, my friend?
There are people who I know for a fact are not part of the voice acting studio that they had, who are now already voicing acting this, and that are people that are used in 3.0 who were contractors, rather than from the voice acting studio. So my quandary is why there is a new voice, a new character that is used with that house, despite the fact that that character is going to continue to be used in perpetuity. Is it because they had a baseline requirement of a certain number of voices for voice actors or something? I'm not sure. Sunday. Yeah, hold it in for Sunday, guys. Okay, but the same for the entire Galvis line, evil but hot. 3.0 is when the studios changed, though. Yeah, but Cindrix, but there are actively people in here who are they didn't change studios. They didn't just change studios. They also started using specific contractors, individuals, so that they weren't held to have to use a specific set of people. So my point is that there are people from that already existent here in 2.x. So it wasn't just a clean swap over 3.0 we swapped everything. There are already, like, we see with Americ. Americ's voice actor is not from the recording studio. It wasn't, they had some voice actors and then they switched studios at 3.0. We're actively seeing that there. Yeah, Yugiri is a different case.
He is here at my behest. Greetings, Roban. It has been a while.
Hilbert, you old scoundrel. When they told me you'd be visiting, I scarce believed my ears.
Like, Americ and Horsefant are already contractors, so...
But look at you, the honored captain of the Crystal Bloody Braves. Who'd have imagined, eh?
Not many, but fewer still would have imagined your destiny lay in politics, old friend.
Please do, but my point is that Ilberd is in 3.0.
We both come far,
so that's part of what's weird.
Lest you wonder, Ilberd and I go back a long way. We've been friends and rivals since we were lads. The last time we saw each other, Alamigo had just fallen, so you can guess how many summers it's been. And in all that time, not a word from the fool.
Ah, well, my dealings tended toward the modest and mundane, unlike some I could mention. As I hear it, no sooner did you reach Thanalan than the brass blades clapped you in irons and dragged you off to die on the blood sands. Being a stubborn sort, you won 1,000 matches and earned yourself a place in the people's hearts while you were about it. Then, with your mountain of prize money, you bought the Colosseum and secured a seat on the Syndicate. Those balls, brother. Rags to riches does not do it justice. You're a hero to the common man.
Bah, spare me. I am no hero. If anyone is worthy of that title, it's our friend here. Next to him, I'm little more than a glorified butcher. But you, Wilbert, you sell yourself short. By all accounts, you are an adventurer of some standing.
I like to think that I did my part for the greater good. But if you're no hero, then I'm no adventurer, not in this company. Anyway. I have tidings.
He can't be. Look how he praises Rubon.
So there
of
has
course,
been
he's such a good
progress.
friend.
I've let it be known that this meeting is a reunion between old friends. None will give your visit a second thought. To convene elsewhere would only attract attention. Let us speak here, in plain view of all.
Okay, I believe you. Okay, I believe you.
So it is we who have been compromised. Teleji Adeleji's machinations have shaken Ul'dah to her foundations. In such uncertain times, a man's loyalty may be bought for a fistful of gil. But if this snake has truly been in our midst for as long as you say, we must needs consider a far graver possibility. Conspiracy. Could it be that the monetarists have been in league with the Empire from the first? Very well. I will have my most trusted men investigate the matter. Continue your inquiries in the meantime. It does me well to see you again, old friend. When next we meet, let it be over a flagon of ale.
Okay, said that, so I was right.
I look
It is
forward
because
to
they
it.
had to have,
Let
yeah,
us reminisce
they
of
had to have
bygone
him be
days
in something.
and drink to the
And
future.
I was wondering
of
if it was
our
Gaius.
homeland.
Okay. Yep. That is exactly what I was wondering if it might be. Neither would harm
Flame General,
the other.
you wear the mantle well, old friend. I must work hard if I'm to keep up. Well, it would seem your services were not required after all. I dare say we have Robon's prudence to thank for that. Still, I was glad of your presence. My thanks, Scion.
I missed that chance. The Elzen Lady Raban left with is entirely irrelevant. Yep, definitely. Our hunt for the Ivy begins in earnest, Scion. Suffice it to say we must tread warily, but one misstep may well cost us our lives. Our business here is concluded for the time being. Let us return to the Rising Stones and report to Commander Levior. I sent an inquiry to Equity, and I'll let you know if I find anything out. Wait, really? Yeah, contractually, as well as some of the business reasons. Mostly, some wanted it out of industry or could have been creative side of things. They didn't hate them or anything like that. Yeah, no. Okay, that I knew. That I knew was always about the ability to have creative control, and the problem with creating, like just business and contractual obligation problems was mostly the reason they wanted to switch out. But it was more just like why this 2.x an awkward shift rather than like a hard break. Voice to be the character, and some probably didn't want to. That's what Screen posted about. Yeah, my understanding was much more that they wanted to be that the people who worked for the voice acting house that they had original obligation with, the only way to work with them was to work with the house as it is, and when you do that, you need to have contractual requirements to work with a certain amount of their people and like use them. Whereas when they switched over to the English people, they had a lot more ability to just have like person-to-person contracts that were much more within their control. Holy crap, the VA has done over 600 video games. I'm a member of Equity. Really? Cool. Honestly, I'll say that having done all this, not to say like, oh, it's easy, I could do this, but just like having done these streams has made me definitely want to do more. Definitely would love to do voice acting for stuff. We are returned from Uldar, Commander. And not a moment too soon. Something has happened. Trouble. You will recall that the Fourth was tasked with reconnoitering with the rendezvous site used by Ivy's minions within Imperial contacts. Soon after you left, we received word that the unit was ambushed en route to its destination. Gods damn it. According to the report, one of ours has been taken captive. The Garleans are not wont to treat their foemen with dignity, and I have grave fears for her safety. We must dispatch the rescue party at once. Recall those braves who are afield. Begging your pardon, Commander, but we have not the time. It's fun. It's a hard time. Yeah, I mean, like I've done voiceover and voice acting work. I've done some, but like, yeah. An ill-prepared rescue party will only serve to provide the Garleans with more captives. Yet time is of the essence. Simply put, you are the best chance we have. So I just like would love like the opportunity to do something more official, or I guess less, not so much official, just like scoped. Captain Ilbert has the right of it. I trust you are willing, but of course you are. Now Elena of the Fourth lies in wait in the tangle near the entrance to the Castrum Sentry. Seek her out and she will appraise you of the situation. 110 would love to see LEVA, some random background characters that end up being important. Look, I would love to do VA for anything. I'd love to do VA for small projects too. Something where for one, like the problem is that most of the stuff I've worked, I mean, obviously I do the stuff for the videos and stuff here, and I've done VA for like other friends, like video game stuff, but like some of that stuff, most of that stuff, like either never came out or, you know, like it's very different to like be actual hired on for an official project of some kind. And also, you know, to get paid. But yeah, I would, thanks, Sinrix. I appreciate your vote of confidence. Honestly, to me, the hardest part about working is usually waking up. Like, literally getting up and out of bed is the hardest part of my day, bar none, and always has been. So, like, working long hours or being hard on my voice and then having to rest it are less worrying to me than literally just exhaustion. Even official projects are scrapped. Yeah, it's not so much that, like, oh, be a part of something that didn't get scrapped. It's more, one, a lot of times with official stuff, more just don't have things to show for it, more than anything. Alianne. You would aid us in the rescue mission? We are in your debt, Warrior of Light. The time is against us, so allow me to brief you on the situation. The Garleans fell upon us without warning, wounding poor Resh and hauling her away to the Castrum yonder. Outnumbered as we were, it was all we could do to flee and regroup. Even as we speak, the Garleans may be interrogating Resh, or worse. With her hurts, I fear that she will not long survive their attentions. We must rescue her without delay. Our orders may yet be in its infancy, but the bond that binds us is strong as Mithril. None of us will stand by while Comrade suffers. We, the remnants of the Fourth, will infiltrate Castrum Sentry. Please help us find Resh before it's too late. That's def hard for me as well. I know my ADHD making it hard for me to play some games at the moment. Yeah, I struggle with depression and ADHD when and it can be hard to like start things at times, but I can usually. The biggest issue is, and COVID really didn't fucking help with this, waking up exhausted. That by far always been my biggest issue. I would give anything to be able to just wake up and have normal days. Like, I realize that what normal means is different for everyone, but like, the average person doesn't deal with the like level of exhaustion I deal with upon waking up. And I don't mean that like they don't know my pain. I just mean that in terms of from talking to people. On average, it's not the case. So yeah, I really getting out of bed is always the hardest part of my day. Yeah. And COVID fatigue did not fucking help that. Getting paid is nice. It's true. Getting paid is nice. Hopefully, we will continue to grow the Eorzean archives, get it more money, and then I will be able to offer compensation to my mods who do so much wonderful work. Which is why you should join us on Patreon and or other places, so that one day we would make enough that not only am I financially stable, but we can pay all of our other resident lovely individuals. Hugs to you all. Thanks, D. Appreciate it. Where am I? Resh, thank the gods we found you. And thank you, Warrior of Light. Now to quit this accursed place, Resh cannot move with those wounds. She will need to be carried out. I believe a diversion is order. Might we trouble you to provide one? Given your reputation, I suspect the Guardians will only be too happy to grant you their undivided attention. If you were to create a commotion within the castrum, we should be able to steal away unnoticed. Let us speak again once we are safely outside these walls. I notice you are a fellow GCD masher. Yeah. It's Resh. No, okay, no, she's a keeper of the moon. I was gonna say, I'm curious if she was calling her Resh as a friendly term of endearment. Yeah, it's weird to me when people are weird about it, like GCD mashing. It's like, yeah, you wanna have the thing in line, like the second it's up. I also feel like I should actually at some point try, but especially because now I'm over leveled, I don't even have to bother. Shh, the books have ears and eyes. It tells me you plan ahead. Yeah. Yeah, I'm always, especially because I'm used to tanking. Mashing calms my anxiety. Now that's just true. I always wake up overstimulated, have really vivid, intense dreams. Waking up adjusting to the real world again every day genuinely takes effort. I hear you, Aubrey. I've had partners who suffer that same sort of experience. For my part, it's mostly that I just wake up and I mean, one, like, depressively, like, just the idea of getting up is hard. And then on top of that, I'm like, just, there's nothing in the tank. And the problem is that there's nothing in the tank for, like, hours unless I, like, sleep more. And then there's only, like, an ounce of gasoline in the tank, which is enough to hopefully get me out of bed and then get going. So hopefully the COVID fatigue will get better and at least that part will stop so I can, because I shit you not, what I would love more than anything, I just want to like get up at like a regular hour or like get up at like the early part of the day and I just want to work all day. I just desperately want nothing more than to work all day. And it's just so frustrating to not be able to. Isahara, good to see you, glad to have you. Pressing buttons is more fun than not pressing buttons. That's true. That is an objective fact. Whistles and Reaper main. Dude, it don't matter what class I am. It don't matter what class I'm playing as. If I don't have an OGCD to press, and I'm waiting for my GCD to come up. MASH! I have autism and ADHD, and sometimes the ADHD sets off the autism overstimulation for absolutely no reason. Yeah! I love it when it does that. I also love that when I have anxiety spasms, which then causes my overstimulation spasms, which is a fun concurrent issue. Yeah, not a good time. I'm also, though, really lucky because, like, you know, diagnosed with Asperger's on the autism spectrum at like 12 or 13, but the thing is that I'm so high functioning and I've worked really hard to manage it that it doesn't present particularly strongly, so I can function pretty well, at least on that front. But it does cause other compounding complications, which are annoying. Yep, when your brain literally is fighting itself always, love it. Yeah, it's like, can I just be a human being, please? Have you considered just letting me be a human being? It's like you're literally the mom from the Babadook. Like, why can't you be normal? Brain in the backseat screams. Striking tree hard, let's go! Gotta hit the tree. I like the feedback loop of terrible. Oh, Jellybean, that's such a great way to put it. It is the feedback loop of terrible. Yeah, the fact you're locked out of class stuff due to the story, but I understand why it is like that back then, but now it's not. Oh, with Heaven's Word, the Heaven's Word jobs, yeah. After they realized, maybe we should make these available in the main cities rather than in Ishgard. And I also appreciate that they can't really change that because like the halls and stuff are all located, like the Astrologian Hall and the Machinist and stuff, and like it's so baked in and tied to Ishgard, you can't really take it out of Ishgard.
I have awaited your return most anxiously, my friend. You have done us a great service indeed. Thanks to your aid, our comrade Resh is safe and we have suffered no further casualties. Words cannot well express my gratitude. All that is left is to report the mission's success to Commander Levieur. I shall go on ahead to the Rising Stones.
Oh, I meant level 50 to 60 for anything like Shadowbringers. Yeah, well, I mean, but that's... I mean, like, if you're... Are you saying that if you're not high enough level? The fact that you locked out a class stuff due to the story... Do you have to be in Heaven's Words to do job stuff? Is that what you're saying? I'm not sure. No, for real, yeah. Brain, why are you hitting yourself? I finally stopped putting off seeing a therapist so I can know what's going on with my brain and hopefully get it under control, whatever it may be. See, my problem is I go see therapists and they're like, okay, so you know what's wrong with you. We know what's wrong with you. Here are the typical things that you should do, like, you know, like meditation or like, you know, like the sort of things to discuss and deal with. It's like, okay, do you feel any better? No? Are you really trying? Absolutely. Are you giving it your all? 100%. Are you committed to doing better? Well, yep. Are you gonna, so let's do all that stuff. Okay, cool. Flash forward. You feeling better at all? Nope. Have you tried medication? Yes. Have you tried SSRIs? Yes. Have you tried NSSRIs? Yes. Have you tried this different one? Yes. Are you willing to try anything and everything? Absolutely. What about this thing? Well, I don't really have good insurance for that, but I'll try it anyway? Oh, like you can't do anything for 50, 60 until you start Heaven's Word, even for Stormblood classes. Really? Interesting. I had no idea.
Ah, it does me well to see you thus returned. Though I doubt...
Well, I guess that also makes sense, though, if you think about... Well, no, that's not Kurthus, Western Highland. That's Kurthus proper. So no, Red Mage would still be fine. Interesting. Yep.
Ah, it does me well to see you thus returned. Though I doubt not your prowess, entering an enemy stronghold is generally considered to be a risky venture, and I must confess to having been a trifle anxious. But here you are, hale and whole, having succeeded in your mission as is your wont. Lest you wonder, the woman you rescued is being cared for by the Domans. Thanks to the expert's ministration, the danger is past. You have my gratitude, Elio.
Ah, Jellybean. You are our anxious bean.
Allow me to thank you also, Scion. Resh owes you her life.
We've escaped with minimal casualties this time, but we can ill afford to be caught off guard again. The Empire is not an opponent to be trifled with.
As you say, Commander, I will see it that the man keep their wits about them. And it may yet take time, but I will not rest until we have identified and apprehended the Ivy.
I have every confidence that you will succeed, Captain.
As for you, Elio, I realize you have scarce caught your breath, but I am afraid there's no rest for the weary. I require you to accompany Kurthus.
That's not true. You can start Stormblood jobs as soon as you hit 50, regardless of where you are in an MSQ. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought I was gonna say, yeah. You can't do anything for 50, 60 until you start Heaven's Word, even for Stormblood classes. I think they're saying that you can't do the 50 to 60 quests, even for the Stormblood. I don't think that's right, because I was doing late classes for Gunbreaker. Yeah, I don't know. Is that correct? Yeah, it has started Red Mage. But can you do the Red Mage job quest from 50 to 60, I think is what Cinrix is saying. Saying can't do some of the quests till I get to Heaven Word. Yeah. Holy fucking shit, therapists are useless sometimes, especially when you literally have tried everything and they just assume you actually done nothing because they always think something will work. Yeah. Well, I mean, the problem is, like, their job to try and find something that works. And also, some therapists are just not a good fit for some people, too. But yeah, no, it's a problem when you're desperate for relief, but also not a lot of things have actively helped.
As for you, Elio, I realize you scarcely caught your breath, but I'm afraid there's no rest for the weary. I require you that you accompany me to Kurthus. I have been granted an audience with the Ishgard dignitary, you see, and the man expressly requested your presence. Oh, and do not look so surprised. You should be familiar with the trappings of fame by now. We shall depart as soon as you are ready.
Yeah, Aurora, he gets that. That's not... I mentioned that. Cinrix's point... is that non-Heaven's Word related jobs, like if you pick up Red Mage at 50, Cinrix is saying that you cannot do the 50 to 60, so you're level 50, you haven't gotten to Heaven's Word, you go to pick up Red Mage, you can't do the Red Mage 50 to 60 quests until you reach Heaven's Word. I believe that is Cinrix's point, guys. So I don't know if that's true, but I assume Cynrix is telling the truth. We have been blessed with a rare opportunity, Elio, an audience with an ambassador of the Holy See of Ishgard. We are to treat Sir Aymeric as Lord Commander of the Temple Knights in Camp Dragonhead. It is considered a great honor to serve the Holy See directly as a Temple Knight. Needless to say, their leaders wield tremendous political influence. It would be wise to court his favor. For that reason, I'll consider your attendance essential. If Sir Aymeric wishes to meet the man behind the legend, I would not deny him the pleasure of your company. The antecedent should see the wisdom of this plan when you request your permission to accompany me to Kurthus. Mayhaps you feel this will be a waste of your talents, which could be doubtless be put to nobler use. If so, I should remind you that more good can be accomplished with the stroke of a pen than the thrust of a sword. Even though it's like 70. I've done 52 Sam quests on my alt, that's still in 2.x. Okay, so Cynrix, are you sure that's the case? Like my Sam is stuck at 56 quests and I need Ishgard. Oh, but okay, no, that's different. That's okay. There are certain quests, yes, because you can't go to Kurthus Western Highland to do the 56 quests. Yes, okay. There are some jobs with very specific, they go to specific locales that prevent you from. That's just because you can't go to the map, rather than it being a limitation of I mean, like, it is a limitation of expansion, but that's specifically because you can't enter the map. Yeah. Some of the AR jobs require you to do certain endgame AR quests before you get past 50 Scholar for one. Yeah. That's the limitation that we're talking about. It's that therapists can be really hit or miss, especially when insurance or lack thereof can be so particular. Gobby bombs for all that I say. Yeah, no, it's Jellybean. You hit the nail on the head. That's the problem. It's not even just that it's that you have to go to a therapist, which if you have a problem with executive function in any way is difficult to do on its own. You need to make sure that you're giving enough time with that therapist for like there to be a certain level of like trust or something to like see if things are working out. And then if it's not, well, you just put it like a month plus down the drain. I mean, a month if you're lucky, more like 3 months if you're lucky, but also then insurance makes the whole thing and also a pain in the ass. Meeting with an Ishgardian ambassador. By all means, I think it is a wonderful idea. We have received no reports of etheric disturbances or unusual beast tribe activity of late. If Alfino believes your presence may help him to secure more favorable terms, I see no reason to deny him. Antecedent. I take it Elio has explained the situation. He has, yet welcome though these overtures are, I cannot help but wonder what prompted them. The Ishgardians have spurned all contact with the other city-states for decades. Why reach out now? Would that I knew. The question of their motives is one to which I have given no small amount of thought. Alas, I know more than is generally known. I have a Sam level 60 who hasn't finished AR who has completed the job quest up to 58. The next quest is Ishgard. Yeah. The notoriously reclusive nation of Ishgard, situated at the center of Abalathia's spine. Ruled by Ishgardian Orthodox Church, at the head of which presides the Archbishop. Members of the original Eorzean alliance formed in the wake of Alamigo's fall some 2 decades ago. Friends of convenience who withdrew from the alliance as soon as the Imperial fleet was routed at the Battle of Silvertear Skies. Since which time their borders have remained closed to all outsiders. They've rejected every one of the former allies' calls to reopen dialogue, turning a deaf ear to their neighbors' pleas even when the calamity loomed large. And on the fields of Cottonelle, where brave men and women laid down their lives in defense of the realm, their banners were conspicuously absent. I have tried to convince Ishgard to rejoin the alliance at every opportunity. I have explained over and over again that unless Eorzea stands united, we cannot hope to preserve our freedom. One by one, our nations will fall as once fell Alamigo. And what have my efforts yielded? Why not? Why not? Surely this can be considered a step in the right direction. I should hope so. Rather than the low messengers we've been fobbed with in the past, this time we shall meet with a man of genuine influence. Of course, I am not so naive as to think that they come to us out of goodness of their heart. We have something they desire, though I've yet to find out what. But such is the nature of diplomacy. They will bring their agendas to the negotiating table, and so will I, along with the handful of incontrovertible truths. The Empire will soon be at our doorstep once more.
Indeed, you may be assured that I will be expounded upon this point and others. Let us depart for Camp Dragonhead, Elio. Our old friend Lord Horsefont is expecting us. Since our quest to recover the Enterprise, I understand you have further ingratiated yourself with the man. Excellent work. His fondness may prove useful to our cause. Yeah. I mentioned up to Shadowbringers because starting for Dancer Gunbreaker, I don't believe you need to go to Ishgard for any quests. Yeah. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure you Gunbreaker... Gunbreaker, the only time you go to Kurthus is Central Kurthus. You do go for Ishgard for Sage, for max level Sage. You do need to go to Dravania, I believe. And Reaper... You do need to go to Ishgard for Reaper. Yeah, you do need to go to Ishgard for Reaper because you go to the Vigil. One of the Vigils. So I guess Shadowbringers is the only case where that's not where you don't need to at all. You do visit Ishgard for Gunbreaker. Yeah, but don't you? I'm pretty sure. Don't you meet? Don't you meet up in here in one of like the location like right here for the Gunbreaker thing? Like and isn't there like a part where you go like over here? Isn't it Kurthus rather than Ishgard? Or do you go to Ishgard proper? Man, it's been so long. And Dancer, you need to go to Stormblood because you need to go to Garabania. So I mean, there are limitations for that as well, which I think I think you mentioned. I mentioned up to Shadowbringers because starting for Dancer Gunbreaker, I believe you need Ishgard. Yeah, it is, but you meet up Ishgard first. Okay, well then, yeah. So I guess Dancer's the only one that's not the case. Well, no, because you go to Ishgard because doesn't someone say they're cold as shit? I'm pretty sure the idea is basically to make it so that, like, am I wrong? Is it the 70 Dancer quest where you go to Stormblood? Like, I think the idea being that whenever you're in the brackets, you should be in the corresponding expansion for those that bracket of levels. Thanks, Ray Ray. Ah, Elio, ever a welcome sight. Our hearts have been stoked to blazing in preparation for your arrival. It would not do for such a distinguished personage to catch cold whilst enjoying our hospitality. The gesture is it's much appreciated. I fear I shall ever struggle in cold climes. Dude, you grew up in Charlian. I mean, it's temperate there, but like it snows. Ah, good, Master Alfino. An honor as always. I guess it's a different kind of cold. Likewise, Lord Hoshafant, forgive us yet another imposition. I fear we rely overmuch on your aid, since you have so generously assisted us in locating the Enterprise. Nonsense! Any debt incurred have long since been repaid. Besides, who can say what the future may bring? House Fortoms may even seek the aid of your newly formed Crystal Braves. In any case, I am simply delighted that the Holy See is at least willing to grant you an audience. No doubt your discoveries at Snowcloak have helped to justify the decision. This recent resurgence in heretical activity is of grave concern to us all. But to the matter at hand, Sir Aymeric arrived at Camp Dragonhead earlier, and I'm told he is eager to meet with you at your first convenience. You are doubtless weary from your journey and desirous to rest a while by the warmth of our hearth. But if you're willing to forego such comforts, pray inform the knight stationed outside the intercessory. He will grant you the entrance and send word to the other attendees. As inviting as your hearth sounds, I think it best we proceed to the intercessory forthwith. Yeah, Dancer goes to Kurthus Central, not Ishgard proper. Okay, as far as I thought for sure you do stop in Ishgard. Now I'm just, I just gotta replay everything. You do end up in Stormblood areas though, yeah. We have been expecting you, sir. Pray, take the ease inside, and I shall summon the others. Originally saying you could start your AR jobs level 52 quests at least, or up to the quest you need to do until you... Yeah, I guess it makes sense to me, though, because, like, make it design-wise, try to take advantage of the expansion as it comes. I get your plight,
Have faith,
I do.
my friend. You need only state your case with confidence and clarity.
It's them.
Commander Leveilleur, it is both an honor and a pleasure to meet you.
Fun
I'm
fact,
Emmerich,
if you
Lord
played
Commander
Dark Souls
of the
3,
Temple Knights.
you may...
Alphino Leveilleur, at your service. Your reputation precedes you, Sir Emmerich. I think we will find that we have much in common.
Speaking of reputations, yours towers over us all. Does it not?
It does indeed, Lord Commander.
If you look
I am
at
not too proud to
your
admit that I
ears.
have followed your activities with an interest bordering on fascination. Full glad was I to learn that you would be joining us. Now then, shall we begin?
We know full well that the Garleans will return in force ere long. What is more, we have yet to achieve a lasting victory over the primal menace. The beast tribes continue to summon their gods, and each incarnation is stronger than the last. Ishgard is not immune to these threats. I must reiterate that it would behoove your nation to rejoin the Eorzean alliance.
Once again, I must respectfully disagree.
On what grounds?
Despite their presence in Kurthus, the Ixal do not concern us. Their territorial claims pertain to Gridanian lands, and it is the people of Gridania whom they harry. Consequently, the Holy See judges this to be a Gridanian affair, and Ishgard does not intervene in the internal affairs of other nations. Even were that not the case, our forces are wholly committed to the Dravanian conflict. We have not the knights to spare. As for the Garleans, we are not ignorant of history. We have observed the rise and expansion of the Empire, and we agree that it is only a matter of time before they resume their campaign in Eorzea.
Then surely it would be in our best interests to present a united front.
Mayhap one day, but not yet. Gaius van Belsar is dead, and the legion of conscripts he left behind lacks the will to fight. We think it highly unlikely that they will emerge from behind the walls of their castra for some time.
Forgive me, but if Ishgard's position has not changed, why did you agree to this meeting?
Also, like, just say that your problem is the dragons.
It was not only as a representative of Ishgard that I came here.
Pardon?
It is not within my power to change Ishgardian policy, regardless of my personal feelings. There is, however, one area in which I may exert a measure of influence. Concerns have been raised over the supplies House Fortin has offered to Revenant's Toll. These have led to calls for restrictions on the provision of aid to foreign powers. I can ensure that the shipments continue unabated.
Sir Emmerich, we would be in your debt.
No, you would not, for I require something in exchange. Of late, there has been a flurry of Dravanian activity, the purpose of which was not immediately clear. However, our astrologians have since observed alarming changes in the heavens. The dragon star waxes unnaturally bright, and there are whispers that it portends the resurrection of Midgard-Sorma.
The fallen guardian of Silvertear Falls? That's absurd.
Full many times have I gazed upon the dragon's corpse still wound around the Agrius, and wondered how different our world might be if it yet lived to plague the skies. I do not know, and I do not wish to know, nor does any son of Ishgard. Yet the mere presence of Dravanian forces is not sufficient grounds to send knights to Mordona, whatever our astrologians say. As I told you before, we have not the forces to spare.
But we do. So you will intervene on our behalf if we agree to watch over the Keeper of the Lake.
Do you accept these terms?
I do. I will see that you are kept abreast of any developments. I regret that we could not come to a similar agreement on other matters, but I understand that you are not at liberty to make such decisions. Nevertheless, I hope that what we have accomplished here today will serve to demonstrate to your countrymen that we can work together towards a common goal. Mayhap one day we shall look back on this moment as the first step towards a united Eorzea.
Mayhap we shall, Commander.
What is the meaning of this?
The caravan, my lord. It's been attacked. It was Iceheart, my lord.
What? By the Fury? All our precautions were for naught?
I'd rather they just have the voice actor for current one perform him slightly older. I think that works much better. Because, like, they're all professionals. If they wanted to, they could just have him perform it a little deeper. Or with a little more gravitas. I mean, hell, if we ever even see him grow up at this point. Horse brandy. The innocent person wants me wants Americ, but the bad person in me wants Nidhogg. Just when we were starting to make progress, and to make matters even worse, the caravan they spoke of was bound for Revenant's Toll of all places. Honestly, were I so inclined, I should think the gods were conspiring against us. Happily, however, I am not. I would know more of this attack, but let us speak with Lord Horsefant and find out what he has learned. Talfino and Tali say, hey, once they get to 20 years old, they're going to have their growth spurt, at the very least. The problem is once they do that, they've canonically locked us into a timeline at that point. Didn't Yoshi say that there are no plans to age the twins in the live letter? There were no plans to age them as of 6.0. Yes. But it's not, it never could happen. There were none at the time. My sincerest apologies for the interruptions, my friends, but the situation is such that we must act swiftly. If you would be so kind. Iceheart's heretics fell upon the caravan bound for Revenant's Toll as it was passing through Boulder Downs. 'Twas an ambush, swift and ruthless in an instant. Every knight was slain, every crate seized. Then as quickly as they had appeared, they were gone. 'Twould be impossible to defeat without knowledge of the route, knowledge to which only a select few are privy, I presume. Quite. We can pursue the avenue of inquiry in due course. It seems to me that examining the scene of the ambush would be our first concern. The trail is yet warm. We must act swiftly, as Lord Horsefant said, lest our crucial evidence be lost. You have a knack for discerning the hidden truth, Elio. Why don't you go ahead and inspect the ambush site in person? An excellent idea. Inform my men of your intent upon arrival, and they will gladly share their findings. Adolfino. If they finally age the twins again, if they finally age, you know that side of the internet is going to explode. Oh, yeah, if they let them be adults. I mean, look, it hasn't stopped them from being thirsty for them anyways, but yeah. Alfino, I would say, will be 2 feet taller than my cat girl, and she will still insist on treating them like small babbies. Yeah. The small babs. I don't know if we'll ever see it just because of the headache it would create for them, but I really do hope we see it. I think I would love to see that at some point. I think the only way to do that, though, is for them to lock in a timeline for the amount of time that has happened. But the problem with that is to do that makes the, like, makes events weird. It makes a lot of things weird. I mean, the thing is that like the yearly Christmas event stuff is odd, and the problem is that you can't even be like, oh, well, they just imagine that they all happened at the same in like the same 1 or 2 years, because some of them are literally referenced as being I saw you last year. So it gets wonky, but I definitely want it to happen. Alfino and Alexei will be grabs a step stool to give the twins a patronizing headpats. Demands. My main would still look at them as if they were children. Another proper timeline block since Stormblood. No, there's another proper timeline block since there's not a proper timeline block for Stormblood. There's no literally anything that happens starting with the Realm Reborn is a time bubble. So I'm not sure what you mean, Cindrix. Move along, adventurer. There's nothing for. Lord Horshfam bids you speak with us. Then you must be. Beg your pardon, Sion. As you can see, they left nary a crate behind. Tipped the wagon for good measure, even. The whole thing's a bit odd, if you ask me. Would have been easier to just steal through the damn site, harder to conceal it, I'll allow. Reckon they came prepared, probably with wagons of their own, hidden away off. Nah, but pay no heed to my ramblings. Absent of proof, 'tis naught but speculation. Might be as the squire receiving care at the observatorium could tell you something more factual, that is, if he's awake. Unlike myself, he was there during the attack. Not that his presence amounted to much. When Final Fantasy XIV eventually shuts down, Yoshi will confirm that the entire game took place over the course of a wild as hell summer vacation. Yeah, Alfino needs to drink his milk. Yeah, but Cindrix, what did you mean? Another proper timeline block since Stormblood? I'm not sure what I understand what you mean. Alfino needs to drink his milk. Yeah. Well, we know that like Urianger didn't have his growth spurt until he was 20 summers. And there's multiple references to like some Elzen not having the growth spurt until they're like 20. Speaking of time, well, we know the age during or past an AR. Then no, wait. The Heaven's Word is ambiguous. The boat. Right. No, we don't know the age of during AR and past AR. We don't know those, so I'm not sure. And Heaven Word's is ambiguous in the boat ride. Then after that, who knows? Right, but if Heaven Word's ambiguous and the boat ride's ambiguous, we don't know that. But we also don't know the exact length of time that a Realm Reborn takes place over. Unless you know something I don't, in which case I would love to find out. But no, explicitly we don't know the amount of time it's been. We get little hints that it, like, a moon here, a moon there. Timeline has it. No, that's the 6th Astral Era. That's not the 7th Astral Era. If you're talking about the timeline from the Eorzean, Encyclopedia Eorzea, that doesn't have it. All we know is that AR starts in 1577. All we know from the trailers, enough time has passed for the stubble and sick haircut. Do seasons work the same way? Planet axis tilt for the dark? We do. Well, Chris from Work to Game has a great video on his thoughts on the axial tilt. The axial tilt gets weird to talk about, especially when how it's seen in the skies from Mare Lamatorum and also from the astrolabes. But seasons don't seem to necessarily work the same way. It seems like there are seasons. But it also is really important to remember that if you treat all the seasons based on like what we see from like event seasons as canonical, nothing makes any sense. So like literally any event that implies a seasonal difference is like a don't worry about it situation. You've come to ask about the attack, haven't you? We came upon them before the entrance to the Hall of the Seven Echoes pilgrims. We marked them as lost and ill-equipped for a journey further north. Our leader called out to them, and one stepped forward to answer. Slowly she approached, her silver hair flowing in the wind like melting snow. Just a young girl. I thought some poor lost lamb in search of salvation. Our leaders must have thought the same, else why would he let her draw so close? They exchanged some words. I couldn't hear, and she leaned forward as if to kiss his cheek, and then he sighed and crumbled to the ground. I didn't know what had happened till I saw the snow turn red. And then there was red everywhere. I looked. I tried to fight, but took a blow to the head, and by the time I came to, the others were dead, and the heretics were unloading the wagons. I couldn't... I mean, they'd have killed me, so I must just lay still and listened. Iceheart's people spoke of deliverance and resurrection, and they spoke of Shiva. So, like, seasons are... Texturally, they're weird. Seasons probably exist because there's the calendar and the like difference of but like also the axial tilt is yeah, it's a little off. tattle. I always found it weird that Kurthus is covered in snow, but if you go north, it gets warmer again. That's because of, we do know what's up with that. That's because of when Dalamud hit, it fucked up the ethereal ley lines of Kurthus. So the reason for that is because the ethereal ley line fuckery. It used to be that Kurthus was the same climate as, Kurthus and Western Highland were relatively the same as Dravania. We know the end of the 7th Umbral Era, then at least this part was in the first year of the 7th Astral. After this, it's ambiguous, and we know... So, like, literally, we know that the 6th Umbral Era, 7th Umbral Era takes place over 5 years, and the 7th Astral Era, we know it's the first year. But literally, we don't know if Endwalker is still the first year, or if Endwalker is, like, year 3. After that, it's ambiguous, as we know some time to have passed with Boat Ride Kukune, but we just don't know. Yeah, but we know some time passed when people were in the first. We know some time passed. But there's nothing we can say to declare any amount of specifics about that time. So my point is that there has not been a time lock of any kind at any point. The time bubble has been existent since the Realm Reborn, and never, I mean, like, literally only some random dialogue that implies a moon has passed or something, but we still don't, even if you keep those all in account, we don't know how much we should follow those either. Isn't Kurthus Eternal Winter an anomaly due to Calamity? Yes, it is an anomaly due to the 7th Umbral Calamity and the Dalamud when it struck Kartanau, fucking up the ethereal ley lines. And that is what caused it to basically become frigid overnight. It used to be very, very temperate. Ah, you've returned. What news have you for us? It seems Lady Arsart does not scruple to sully her hands with blood. Who is this Shiva the heretic spoke of? Have you not read a single line of the Anchoridian, Master Alphino? Shiva was a traitor to kith and kin, an apostle who lay down with dragons. Now, we cannot expect all foreigners to know Ishgardian scriptures so well, particularly when it concerns the patron saint of heretics. Also, you were a foreigner at one point. Wait, you say she is a patron saint? Oh no, it all makes sense now. Lord Horsefont, what was the caravan's cargo? As if I recall correctly, the Diamond Forge had requested a rather large quantity of crystals. Do you not see, Iceheart? Do you not see? Iceheart and her followers intended to summon Shiva as a beast tribe would a primal. Why else would they go to such lengths to secure crystals? I shall inform the Lord Commander at once, Lord Horsefont. You would agree that the discretion is of a paramount concern. Of course. I trust we cannot count on the continued support, Master Alphino. The Scions of the 7th Dawn are sworn to combat in primal threat. Our support is a given. I will need to send word to my brethren in Revenant's Toll. Our entire order must turn its efforts to the prevention of this summoning. Naturally, that includes you, though I am sure you will not miss this for the world. I know they don't want to lock in time because we know, well, obvious reasons, but eventually it'd be nice to have something. I would probably guess if they did a time skip some way. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a time skip. I don't think we're ever going to see a time skip at this point. If we were going to see it, I think 6.0 is when you would have seen it. It's at the end of 6.0. I'll take it. I'm not arguing against it. I'm just saying I don't think we're ever going to see a time skip, and I don't think we're going to see something locked in unless we time skip. Because there's no reason to do that to themselves, because then they've just, like, easily made a situation in which they've, like, limited the storytelling capability. But that said, like, again, I'm not saying I don't want it. I'm just saying at this point I don't think we'll see it. I think at this point, the fact that they've bothered making the reflections go in parallel time, the fact that the only reason to do it is to age up Alphino and Alice at this point. The persistent attacks on our caravan seemed a little more than a nuisance at first. The heretics were a problem, to be sure, but a relatively minor one. That was before I discerned the purpose behind their attacks, of course. Now they have my undivided attention. After appraising Minfili of the situation, I shall summon a unit of Crystal Braves to assist us. As for you, Elio, pray join me in Whitebrim Front. Since the incident at Snowcloak, the Knights of House Durandare have redoubled their reconnaissance efforts in the region. It is my hope that they have information which may help us determine precisely where the heretics are hiding. Given our mutual enemy, Lord Rilmont should be eager to oblige us. I shall see you there and then. Good? Yeah, I don't think they'll ever be able to nail these things down specifically. A game like this poses so many design problems for consistency. They need to keep ambiguity where they can afford it. Yeah, Aubrey, I mean, you said it perfectly. I mean, the thing is that literally, if they do certain things... So, for instance, let's say they create specific times, and it's been only 1 year. Okay, well, that means they now have a literal time bomb that unless they do a time bubble again, I guess, until they have to do the Alice and Alfino thing, or have to make certain NPCs look older, like children NPCs. If like it's definitely been 5 years, babies need to grow up, or like there's so many things that have to get handled if that's the case. Yeah, I know SwordTour finally managed to do it right before their 6.0, but they followed the one rule once the base stories were set. Yeah, and also SwordTour is a very different case. Like there's a lot of it's just very, very different. Like I mean, think about WoW struggled with this as well. And I mean, one of their solutions, Cataclysm, caused major fucking problems for everyone because of what it did. The writers, the players, just, yeah. And that's a different case, but... The Scions of the Seventh Dawn wish to join the hunt... Oh, for Iceheart. Your assistance is more than welcomed, my friend. Considering the report I just received, I dare say your timing could be no better. We are all ears, Lord Rilmont. A band of pilgrims was seen transporting a large number of crates to the west. Their garb appears to match the description provided by the squire who survived the attack. Alas, our scouts lost track of them at Snowcloak, the selfsame frozen wall which was speculated might conceal the heretics' hideaway. Suffice it to say the disappearance of these pilgrims and the provisions all but confirms our suspicions. I've heard enough. My knights will join the hunt. I took the liberty of summoning a unit of Crystal Braves to the Whiteburn Front. Given the gravity of the situation, I trust you will agree that we must use every resource available to us. These are extraordinary circumstances, Commander. 'Twould be in our best interest to coordinate our efforts. Such was my intent from the start, Sir Aymeric. And so it begins, my friend. Though I dare say it will prove to be all too brief collaboration, Iceheart will not elude the combined forces of the Crystal Braves and the Templar Knights for long. Nevertheless, a wise man does not wager all upon the success of a single solution. There may yet be subtle means by which we can locate the heretic's lair. Mayhap Lord Rilmont has one in mind? Welcome back, Power. Base stories was the big thing. People weren't sure because all 8 stories happen at different times, but end around the same time. Yeah.
Yes, excellent. My lady, everything has been accounted for. If there's aught else you would have us do, pray speak and it shall be done.
Yeah. Evil twin brother Argwen.
It seems as though we are always one step behind our quarry, ever just beyond our reach. Though I would like to believe that the tables are about to turn, I must confess to having a certain doubt. A joint effort may succeed where others have failed, but it could yet yield the selfsame result. Fortunately, we are not without other options. I trust you haven't forgotten Inquisitor Gillimy. We have not. The mystery of how the heretic remained undiscovered for so long have been much in our thoughts, as he has the question of what steps might be taken to prevent a similar breach of our security in future. Accordingly, we conducted an exhaustive and covert evaluation of everyone in Whiteburn Front. Though some found to have committed certain minor transgressions, we identified only one possible heretic. If this man has pledged himself to Iceheart's cause, we will have taken note of the movements of the Templar Knights and the Crystal Braves, and upon recognizing their intent, we may yet attempt to warn the heretics. The man's watch is to end soon, at which point he must report to Sir Jean-Tremont in the yard. I would have you keep an eye on him. If his ventures beyond the wall, follow him discreetly. Should he meet with heretics, do not interfere. Simply watch and listen. I have seen to it that the suspect knows nothing which could endanger our plans.
We're probably going to have a lot of Elio lookalikes through Heaven's Word. Yeah, it's true. There's going to be a lot of Elio being like, oh, that's not a mirror. We have a TFC on Crystal Curl and a Euro TFC on Chaos Phantom. DM a mod in Discord for details and invites. It's true. And I've also made it so now FC members can turn on buffs if I happen to be away. Talbag, what do I do with my retainers is none of your business. Tennis. The suspected heretic leaves, and I'm gonna follow his ass. Waiting. Tattle over here like, what? So 7.0 replay of everything again, I'm assuming. Oh god. Wait, you mean when 7.0 comes out, I'm gonna replay everything again? No, oh lord. I might replay 7.0. Like I'm gonna live stream me playing 7.0 as it comes out. Maybe I'm gonna live stream I think the Point X stuff too from now on. I'll do it over on Twitch. 7.0 I could restream. I definitely would. Yeah, I think we'll definitely do that. Because 7.0 will be out about in time with us catching up to that point. If we're doing 2 to 3, and it's what about we've done to do all of A Realm Reborn, and 2.x will be about episode 28, maybe not even, because we're in 2.4. So like we'll just say 28. So like that's 28. So we'll say about 30 per. So that's, we'll just say 30 for Heavensward, 30 for Stormblood, 30 for Shadowbringers, 30 for Endwalker. So that's 120. So that's about 50. It's about 60 weeks. Hey, where the seven hells are you? I'm freezing my bollocks off here. So that's so we're looking at about a year from now. We'll be completely caught up. I'm here, you blundering oaf. Why are you late? Standing on the wall, why else? I have duties to fulfill, you know. Your sole duty is the... Bloody echo. Lower your voice or they'll hear us and wipe her in front. Yes, of course. The Templar Knights are... in Snowcloak. This is what you bring to me? We already know about... Our comrades in Boulder Downs will use the tunnels to... dead before they know what happening. Nevertheless, if you waste my time again, is that clear? Yeah, 6.2 in late August, yeah. I'll do 6.2 on Twitch. So gonna be the new year late January before 6.3. Yeah, I'm just thinking about 7.0 is gonna be well over a year by then, so... because we've got... because it's gonna be, in theory, it would, depending on how they want to do it again. I'm gonna be interested because they didn't want to do Christmas again, but we know there's gonna be 4 months between each. So if we assume that what they're saying it holds true, 6.2 is August, so 4 is like Christmas for 6.3, 4 again for, so that's like April, and then we're looking at August for 6.55. So maybe they could do a short run between 6.5 and 7.0. Else we're looking at fall at the very earliest for 7.0. So that's fall. It's summer now. So about a year from now, we'll be caught up. And maybe we could do, I mean, especially if we do side quests, and especially because the expansions get longer and longer. So like, I mean, like, we're probably gonna be right on time. Lord Realm up. Well, did your investigation bear fruit? Well, it depends if they do 6.55 the same way, and if 6.4, like, I see, I shall have a man drained at once, his guilt is plain. Would that you could have heard the words more clearly. Yet the few snatches you were able to make out are nonetheless enlightening. It would seem the heretics are aware of our operations and confident they can thwart it. Their comrades in Boulder Downs are key to the plan, which means it's key to our plans that they be rooted out and put to the sword. We have long suspected that the heretics use a network of secret tunnels to traverse the highlands undetected. Given what you've overheard, I fear that the Snowcloak may be riddled with such passageways and that the heretics in the Boulder Downs are planning to use them to take our forces unawares. Needless to say, we cannot allow this to happen. A contingent of House Durandare Knights are on patrol in the area, and I shall order them to begin searching the heretics at once. But knowing nothing of our enemy's numbers or readiness, I cannot say for sure they will be sufficient. It would put my mind at ease if you would consent to assist my knights with the search. I know they would take courage from the presence of so storied a warrior. Pray, rendezvous with them at Boulder's Down. If Helone is kind, we may catch these heretics before their plans come to fruition. Show them no mercy, Elio. The lives of our allies are at stake. Through the mountains, secret tunnel! A lot of times that .55 is released at the same time, they could come out with the trailer of X-Men. Like, that's the thing is that, well, I would expect that the trailer might even come out, like, at .4. Like, the trailers often come out very, very, very early. It could be .5 or .4. But, like, remember that they could play this out a little bit differently. There could be no .55, for instance, if they want to try, because we know that they didn't want it to be, they don't want the expansions to be in winter. They want them to be, like, in the summer, like they used to be. Because Endwalker was a special circumstance. And so I wouldn't be surprised if they try to move it back. But regardless, we have plenty that we can do, because not only can we will we get through the story roughly in that amount of time, but I'm sure there'll be a content that we haven't done, or, you know, we could, like, I don't know. There's plenty of things we could do. I don't know what I'm going to do with all my time once we're done doing the MSQ. I guess I'll just stream on Twitch, and I'll stream more Final Fantasy stuff. Yeah, MSG G'd you a trendy thing, but obviously stuff. Yeah. Message you a trendy thing. Okay. Because of the trailer for the new expansion often reveals a spoiler for the... Oh, sorry. The full trailer. That's what you were saying, Power. Yes. They usually don't reveal the full trailer until, like, 5.5 or 5.5 because of the spoilers. Like what would happen with Endwalker. I don't know that Stormblood or Shadowbringers, I don't think there was a partial trailer, was there? I think instead of doing a partial trailer, they had the gameplay trailer later. Which has a huge spoiler reveal at the end that isn't a huge spoiler reveal if you've been paying attention. Yeah, we got a portion of the trailer during the end of .4 or .5 and then 5.5. I think it must have been .4 because I remember it being out, like, I remember seeing it come out live, and I remember it being a long time between the partial trailer and the full one. But maybe, then again, it could have been like 3 months or something, or like months between 5 and 5.5. No, because 5 and 5.5 was only like a month, wasn't it? It was something pretty short. Like January time frame. Cough. Only Archons. Cough, cough. Look, I will make an Only Archons if people are interested, but I'm not going to spend the time to go make that if it doesn't give us the revenue to be able to do more and other fun things. I'm excited to see what they do for the new trailer. It's going to be very interesting. I think the theme is going to be very rooted in adventure and like a newfound, like seeing a newfound world and like I think it's going to be much more like optimistic and like going on a brand new grand journey. And it depends if we're going to Mericidia or the New World. But, I mean, we're definitely going to Mericidia or the New World. So, like, to me, there's no... I mean, like, again, I know I'm going to eat my words, but there's just no question that we're going to Mericidia or the New World. We're not going to another Reflection. We're not going to another Star. And, like, there's Eorzean and, like, Hingashi proper and stuff, but, like, that's not an expansion. And on top of that, especially with variant dungeons and there's like a lot of ability to explore stuff that we haven't. My knight sent no word of your coming, Elio. What has happened? What is that in your hand? They also didn't reveal Xenos' weapon until the patch was out. Yes, it was out the first time. Yeah. By the Fury, those were veterans with years of service, and now they lie dead in the snow. The bodies must be rediscovered, and... No, we have not the men to spare. Not now. Not while Eishardt prepares to summon an abomination. The heretics you dispatched were not of sufficient number to contend with the combined strength of the Templar Knights and the Crystal Braves. There must be others, and I'll wager they are on their way to Snowcloak as we speak. To make matters worse, it seems the trader you followed managed to pass the heretics something of value after all. The parchment you rediscovered is a timetable of guardsmen watching at our outpost in Snowcloak. The trader was stationed there long before he aroused our suspicion. Would that he caught him sooner. With this information, the heretics would know when the watch was weakest. They could use their tunnels with the impurity and prepare their ambush. The timetable has not changed, you see. Of course it will be changed now, but the heretics may already be in position. House Durandare must send reinforcements, even if it means withdrawing knights from the stone visual. I can see no other way to safeguard the lives of our allies. Okay, guys, we're about to get Snowcloak, so if you want to come join, I can only take 3 of you guys, but I'll come pick you guys up at the tea tree.
Time is of the essence, Elio. While my knights may make ready to depart, the heretics may take our allies in Snowcloak unawares. Superior training and equipment will avail them not if they are cut down ere the swords are drawn, but all is not yet lost. If you leave now, there may still be time to warn them. Make haste, I beseech you. Fly to Snowcloak and tell Sir Aymeric everything we have discovered.
Only archons? Sweats. Look, I'll do it. Like, I got no problems doing that. But it's gotta be, we gotta make sure that it's worth our time. Because I want to be able to produce more stuff for the channel. The 6.0 trailer spoiled Xenos weapon that he's seen within 5 points. Didn't they? No, because they cut it out in the original. The like full trailer they do. They didn't because he's not in. It's not in the short. I don't think so. The 6.0 trailer spoiled Xenos weapon that he's seen within 5.5. Okay, yeah, yes. Okay, I see what you're saying. Sorry, it took me a second, Power. You're saying that the full trailer, yes. I mean, at that point, though, it's not a spoiler because the trailer is assuming, because of when it comes out, is assuming you've played the thing.
Elio, this is your welcome surprise, perhaps the only one thus far. As you can see, we have yet to uncover any hidden... You have my gratitude. Truth be told, we suspected the heretics might be plotting such an attack. Now that we have confirmation, I shall place my knights on high alert. Has Commander Levior been informed? The Braves must be made aware.
I'll set this one out since I joined in Ramu. Well, I mean, if there's space, Rory, I would love to have you.
It must be here. I'm certain of it. Why else would they go to such lengths to defend Snowcloak? 'Tis but a pity this discovery came when our enemy has such a disadvantage. Forewarned though we may be, the heretics know the terrain far better than we. I dare not think how many are watching us at this very moment.
By the way, Astriel, we'll continue to have the topic about the synthesizing jobs. I'm still happy to do that with just a bit of a timetable.
Confounded, this is all wrong. I start us scrambling to save our skins, when we should rightly be straining every sinew to find her and stop the damnable summoning.
There she is! Come here, girl. Yida to the rescue. That was close. They didn't hurt you, did they?
Only my pride, Ida.
He takes it a lot better than Alice.
There will be others nearby. We must see that they are given similar warm welcome.
Commander Levior.
Commander Levior.
There's been a development, sir. Together with the Templar Knights, we have secured the entrance to some half-dozen tunnels, after spotting the enemy breaking the surface. But that is not all, sir. We think that one of them may be important. Certainly, the heretics near flung themselves upon our swords to defend it.
Aha! Just as I suspected. Amongst the warren of tunnels lies the entrance to Iceheart's lair. Summon the others. We're going in.
A moment, Alfino. The tunnel in question is barely wide enough for 2 men abreast. We cannot say with any certainty where it leads, much less what is waiting for us in there. Furthermore, we have no way of knowing how many heretics are still lurking here on the surface. What if they were to converge on this point after we entered the tunnel? For all we know, we could be funneling our forces into a trap.
I take your point. If the tunnel is indeed as narrow as you say, greater numbers would be more a hindrance than a help. Should we encounter difficulty, our own allies would become an obstacle to escape. A change of plans. While we rendezvous with Sir Aymeric and keep the heretics at bay here, you will go wherever the tunnel leads. If you find Iceheart at the end, do not let her escape. You venture into the unknown, so see that you are prepared for anything. I would suggest you call upon your allies, though not too many, or Papalymo will sulk.
You did a good, Papalymo. You did a good. I got a raid in half an hour, so I'll probably sit out too. Okay, no worries.
The entrance to the tunnel, sir? It's just over here. Had we not seen the heretics breaking the surface, we would never have noticed it. Per Sir Aymeric's orders, we will still stand guard outside. Please be aware that even should you encounter significant resistance, we cannot leave our post.
Snowcloak is now accessible, and you must construct additional pylons.
Okay. Let's get back to you guys. Oh, I can just return. I'll see where I am on the this character. I had heard I'll head to the tea tree, but give others an invite first. Okay, sounds good, Aurora. I appreciate your willingness to join and also your willingness to let others have the priority. Okay, we've got a jelly bean. Is that someone? That's roasted potato. I need to send you a friend request. Jalali. Kanja. Okay. And then, who's roasted potato? I forget. I can invite you. If here, but I'm willing to sit out if need be. I think we just need one more. And then I'll invite. We need to make sure that we have a healer though. So, roasted. If you're in chat, let me know. Oh, Jalali went and got Scholar. Look at that. Why, thank you very much. Much obliged. Ah, thank you for the length of Final Fantasy 14 patches. I'm in chat. Okay, cool. Well, we'll go with you, Roasted, then. If you're okay with that, Aurora, because I don't think Roasted's joined for anything. Let's do it then, guys. Where'd he go? There we go. Thanks, Aurora. Also, Snowcloak has probably I think it has my #1 or #2 favorite dungeon theme in the entire. Wow, okay. Excluding the final N1, it has one of my top 3 favorite dungeon themes. Snowcloak. I love its music so much. I was this TJ earlier and changed my name on YouTube. Awesome, Roasted. Good to see you. Glad to have you. I'm finally learning to heal, so one day I can offer more than just Bard. Well, Aubrey, I would love to do. I mean, like, we can also, like, you know, I'll also just do stuff. You know, if we just, I'll just do stuff with you. That's not bad. I'm happy to just do other content too. Like, if you want to do healing while we do the leveling roulette, I do it every day for Dragoon. Okay, I just want to take a second to just. It's just so peaceful and happy. I shit you not. I've edited multiple videos to just a 10-hour long version of this. I think I've even just fallen asleep for this. Jolly, do you have all your spells? Because we should be okay. No, oh, you didn't grab all your spells. Oh, I thought you were grabbing all your spells. Okay. Yeah, make sure to in the future that you'll need all your spells, otherwise you can't do full pulls, and that's going to slow us down a lot. Snowcloak theme is amazing. Yeah, Snowcloak late at night when it warm out makes me fall asleep. Theme is so relaxing. Yeah, I need to add you on this new tune. Whoops. Yeah, no worries. Same but learning to tank. Yeah. Is all good to go? You coming? My bad, forgot. Yeah, no worries. We'll just have to. I'll just need to play it very differently because Snowcloak has a lot tighter of damage checks. Still not as bad as Orym. No, Orym's way faster than Snowcloak. Orym's way faster than Snowcloak. If you do Orym correctly, Orym's way faster than Snowcloak. no question. And Orum's checks aren't tight. Orum's checks are only tight if you overpull, that's not a check issue. That's a pulling too many, aggroing incorrectly. Because you can aggro incorrectly in Snowcloak too. Now it's easier to aggro incorrectly if you don't know what you're doing in Aurum, because it lets you pull on hardcore in a way that a lot of the others don't. But Aurum itself is not a tighter check. If you pull the correct amount of enemy ratio. See, like here, if you pull everything up into these wolves, we may need to switch out healers if we can't even do this many at once. Just because otherwise it's going to take a really long time. Or we may just do unsynced, because it's already 7:03, so we can't go slow. For Darkhold this morning, apparently I was minimum level for, what was my white mage? Nice. Suggestion then a day where we all get together and learn job roles where we'll help each other. And yeah, we could do that on Sunday. Aubrey and Jellybean, are you able to go to do Sundays? Because I'd be happy to do that on a sloppy Sunday. Or, but yeah, no, if people want, I would love to sit down and help everybody out with getting used to their role. I'll let one of you guys grab that. I would absolutely, if I have the time and energy. I mean, the thing is, the problem is not really time so much like that. I'm always dealing with IRL work and stuff, but the big thing is like waking up and feeling tired. But if people aren't too worried about being a hyper-specific time or something, we could definitely do that. I am being summoned for sloppy Sundays. Yeah. No, I would love to help teach people how to play jobs that they're stressed about. Because the thing is, the truth is that roles are not that hard. And I don't mean that to like belittle people's anxieties. I just mean that people's anxieties are not nearly, you don't need to nearly worry about being as warranted as they are. Like the thing is for healing, like different job nuances can be tough, but if you just master one job. So here's the thing about like healing. Part of it is getting to a place where you understand how much healing you can put out at a time. It's about understanding how much healing you can put out and knowing how fast it takes you to put out that healing. So, for instance, if you know you're a healer and you know that I'm at 1/3 HP, but you know that you can heal me like in about 1 second, and you know that I can take 2 more hits, you can wait to heal me until that second hit's gone through. You don't always worry about keeping people at completely 100% max all the time. From there, it's about understanding the nuance of the job itself, which is different from job to job. And I can't really help you unless like you say which job it is you need help with. The jobs that I can help the most with by far right now are I can help with low-level anything. But I can definitely help with paladin, tanks the most, and then healers I can help pretty well. I'm not great with Ast or Scholar, but I know how to play my white mage and I know how to play my sage, so I can definitely help with those. Like I really want to learn sage, but no real experience scaling. Want to make sure I know what I'm doing. Yeah, I can definitely help with that. Like the thing is, sage really easy. Okay, that's not true. Sage is not hard. Sage just gives you tools to be able to do what you want, which seems more overwhelming than it is. Like Sage is not bad. Sage is not worrisome in terms of like dealing with it. But it can seem like it because you have a lot of OGCDs. What you have to realize is your OGCDs means that you have a lot of control over you have a lot of control over. Are you okay? Is everything okay? Do you have like not like a? Do you not even have your fairy yet? Holy moly! Okay, yeah, that's why we're struggling. Okay, yeah. So just so you guys know, with DPS, you can get away with not having your Oh, I pulled too much. I pulled a normal amount, yeah. Okay, so Jalali, also as a healer, you need to be ready to be, by the time the tank is pulling, you gotta be you gotta be like always by their butt. You can't like be that far away for a hard cast, because especially right now when you don't have OGCDs. I shouldn't accept that. I'm just gonna die. If you cannot get away with healing or tanking if you don't have your job skills. You cannot. Because unless you're doing single pulls, and even then, you will make it so that it is impossible to. You can't pull anything. Yeah, and if you're a healer, so this is a good teaching opportunity. If you're a healer, you don't need to be standing right by the warrior or by the tank if they are in the middle, if like they've got the entire stack on them. You want some space so you don't get cleaved by anything, but you need to essentially be always close enough that you can instantly be ready to hard cast. And you need to assume your tank is going on and pulling. So you don't hang back, you have to hang forward. You're not a ranged class. You're like a mid-range class, but you don't just, also don't stand in the cold. So I'm worried, so we literally can't pull. I think we're gonna have to leave. Cause you literally can't not pull the groups there, and I don't think Jalali can heal enough. Does anyone else have a healer, roasted or jelly? I'm hopping on charity if we need swap. Yeah, we gotta swap, sadly, because we literally won't be able to clear some of the later rooms because of the rate at which we can heal. Want me to get on my main? On my way for healer. Whoever gets here first. Jalali, don't feel bad about that. I thought that was my bad. I thought you were saying that you had unlocked all the skills. I do not have a healer yet. I can drop someone else. No. Jelly, that's not the problem. I think we're just gonna swap out Jalali for someone. It's all good. This is good. This is a good teaching opportunity for talking about healers and stuff that can be helpful. I'll give someone else a chance to continue working my Lala. Sounds good, Aurora. As I wait for server. Okay. Tethys is here. So, sorry. I'm gonna switch out for... who is this? I don't know. If your name does not match your YouTube name, you need to make sure that you tell me in chat, otherwise I won't know. I'm gonna take Tethys if... But you have... title back. Okay, there we go. Send for a request. Okay. Let's do it. I was visiting a goblin on Cherry. No worries. Once more with feeling. Great episode of Buffy. Yeah, like the same with tanking too. Like if you don't have your job abilities, you won't be able to mitigate damage. So like you can't get away with it. DPS, you can go slow as long as your tank and heal can handle everything. Glare Mage. Goblin best server. Curl best server. Curl's the best server. But I think Jellybean probably agrees with you, Aubrey. Oh, are you guys attacking the snow wolves? Gotta be careful not to pull aggro. I assume I must have missed them, though, because otherwise... Do I not? Oh, I didn't put on tank stance, that's why. That's on me. That's on me. Forgot to turn back on after... Sorry, when we... See? We can always be learning! I was in such a hurry because it's 7:12 here, and my mods are meant to get off at 12 minutes ago, and it's very late for them, so I don't want to go too long. Yeah, sorry about that one. No, Charlotte, you're fine. You're fine. You're all good. No worries. I didn't notice either. Yeah, no, that was all me. All my characters are on Goblin, sir. Lightning Cat home of Gabi is best server. Lightning Cat home. Oh, did I wait? Not wait. Oh, that was my fault. GCD! Ah, benevolent. Beautiful. Beautiful. Drive by Elio. This is what I get for trying to focus on the chat and gameplay at the same time. My new character's on Goblin, but that's besides the point. Yeah. I guess that makes Balmung the breast server. Balmung definitely is the breast server. That's definitely true. I'm okay, Elio. You're good? Okay, thanks, Tethys. Ray, if you're here, feel free to top off. Sorry that it's... I definitely wanted to get Snowcloak done today. If not for no other reason than the thumbnail. Balmung is the peen server and Mateus is the breast. Why is Mateus the breast server? Curl is best server. I was on it when the creation of Crystal happened. There you go. I got excited, sorry. Yeah, no worries. I actually was originally on Shiva Aether when my friends and I started playing back in 2013. Then I found out they moved to Goblin Crystal when I got back into the game. Interesting. What caused... That's an interesting switch. Shiva Aether? Well, I guess Aether, Primal, and Crystal. No, that makes sense. I wonder what caused them to shift that, though. Oh, that was... I don't want that. That's the token. Okay, looks like someone managed to pull the sprites. Gotta be careful about pulling the sprites, unless that was me, in which case, Elio, you need to be careful about pulling the sprites. Okay, this entire run, I think, just regardless, is gonna be sloppy! I wish I made the sloppy emote so I could just put that in the thing. Oh, and now John Lee says something. Careful with the other sprites ahead. Wait, not Shiva. It was Siren, gosh darn it. I mean, Shiva is quite the Siren, if you know what I mean. They made new characters? Huh. I feel like once I make a character, I'm like, that's my character, man. I mean, the only reason that's not true is because of, what's its face? Am I like... I'm just gonna try equipping... I'm gonna see if like that helps at all. It shouldn't. The thing is that they made the checks for Snowcloak way tighter in the most recent update. This is not how you're supposed to be doing this. You're not supposed to be a tank running around in circles. You're supposed to be keeping them still for everyone to hit. But we are having a hard time dealing with this. There we go. Thank you for the Benny. So I'm not playing this proper either, but Gotta go fast. I don't care how we managed to get to everyone in Curl, not gonna lie. Hard work, effort. I don't have my original character anymore either. I just remember her being a purple-haired Mikote, hence Azuri having purple highlights. Oh, that's a lovely touch. I still have a 2014 character on Aether somewhere. Nice. I have 2 characters. They are Elio and Lendriel. Try to get some more of these frozen balls. Oh, nope. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, I didn't realize you could hit that once it was too big. Come on. Yeah, I can't stand having ults either. I feel like Koshak. I have 5 characters. Nice. Do you play all of them pretty heavily, Jalali? Or do you just like to have like, because I know for some people it's like you got Ray with their ultaholic insanity. My main character was created August 28th, 2013. I couldn't get on the release date at least. Hot damn. My main character would have been made on sometime during Stormblood content, so that was like circa 2018, I think. Oh, someone stay behind. The other key to being a tank is just to not panic. Like, just don't panic, work with the tools you got on hand. Yeah, I have play often. I tried a little story every week. Nice. So do you play? Are they like staggered, or do you play them? Do you play them concurrently? Kosh was made last or ARR. Early Heaven Words. I can't remember. My husband was way ahead of me. Is all I remember as he started in the first month. Nice. My first character was made in December 2013. Man, a lot of you guys have been playing longer than I have. I only knew this due to my first enemy trophy on PS. Nice. Well, it's nice that it's there. My hubby's character is from 2011. Hot damn. Legacy. Focus Dragon's Blood. We're not going to have enough damage to take him down, but if you can, focus this guy. Way! We did it! Because otherwise they morph into a dragon. So that's why you try to get him down early. You're a baby compared to us vets, yeah. Well, I mean, I've been playing MMOs since I was... I've been playing MMOs since I was 6 years old? Which I know, but the, but it's funny, I always wanted to play 14, but I didn't have the subscription when it first, money first subscription when it first came out. And then 1.0 happened and I never got back around to it. And then I never ended up playing it because I was playing Guild Wars 2 primarily. And also it just never seemed like the right time and never like had a specific reason to get into it. Yeah, my hubby likes to show off his tattoo. Nice! I made my main literally just last July. I'm a sprout in disguise. Nice, Azinium. Well, you fit right in. Because that third dragon hurts. It do be hurting, though. Which one of these is gonna pop? Also remember that just because you're a tank does not mean that you can't be DPSing, so always be frickin' throwing shit at him. It does not break your combo as a tank if you do a range attack. I don't think it brings combo as anything. Good limit break. And also, don't forget to limit break if you're okay, well, don't limit break if you're the tank, and don't limit break if you're the heals. This is DPS, don't forget to limit break. Also, don't forget that that a single target is, you always want to use the melee DPS if there's a melee DPS. They will do more damage than a caster or a magic user. ABC, always be casting! So the original version of Fly is an Endwalker. Akuma's right at the end of Heaven's Word. Cosmos and Luna are in the middle of the ARR. Okay, so they are staggered. Good job, everyone. Look at you little goblins over here. Beautiful. There are exceptions to that limit break rule for healers and tanks. Yes, but there are... If you don't know enough about limit breaks, know what those exceptions are, then don't be using limit break. Oh, see, interesting. Okay, so they changed your sail, too.
Yes, I know who you are. And you know who I am. I was given the name Izel, but I earned the name Iceheart.
Of course you did, Tethys. Played EverQuest 1. I'm not old, just started young.
This endless cycle of hatred, of bloodshed, of sorrow. You would see it continue, O noble warrior of light.
Have a great time, Justinian.
I would not. I will not. I will bring an end to this war between dragon and man, no matter the cost.
Absolutely. It was great to have both of you.
In time, you will come to
I'm going to Culver's after this.
That what we do, we
Thanks
do for the greater good. For Eorzea, for Hydaelyn.
The same things you say, ooh. Astriel, thank you for allowing me to go get Culver's after this. Make sure you get the flavor of the day. What is the flavor of the day, though? Because I don't like chocolate. I'm like weirdly basic bitch vanilla. I have used that shot so many times for stuff. Heck yeah, custard and cheese curds or whatever you got. I actually had a butter burger for the first time a little bit ago, and it was very good, so I may have another one of those. That took longer than expected. What news, Elio? Dude, I've seen some shit. Lady with white hair. I get why they mistake you for her. So Iceheart is but a pseudonym. Not that it matters. That she managed to escape is regrettable, but from your description of that beast, you did well to come as close as you did. In any case, now that you have cleared a path, the Temple Knights can begin to survey the tunnels in earnest. Mayhap they will even find a route past the ice wall. Wouldn't that do wonders for their fight against the heretics? The Crystal Braves certainly share the credit for it too. 12 be praised, Elio. We may yet turn the situation to our advantage. Assuming we stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva, of course. Needless to say, our fellow scions have not been idle. Minfinia and Eorzean have been busy perusing the archives of House Fortoms, gathering what information they can on Shiva. Which reminds me, if you were intending to trudge back to Camp Dragonhead to report the day's events, don't. The antecedent should be here any minute. I can only assume some people enjoy subjecting themselves to this cold.
Okay, we're gonna call it there. Because we are way over time. Elio's a vanilla milkshake man. It's weird, I am. I'm like not vanilla in so many other capacities. And yet, for some reason, like when it comes to flavors, just give me that sweet, sweet, basic ass bitch vanilla. Most places are closed around near me since it's 8:30 p.m. here, but now I want food. Sorry, Aurora. Oh, look at all you lovely people. Pours water on Alfie's shoes to freeze them. Milkshake, the chocobo needs to be vanilla colored. Yes, we're gonna do that. Now we have the stables, so I need to go color milkshake. MMOs, Sherwood Dungeon, RuneScape, played Adventure Quest, Worlds. I played Adventure Quest too. I was one of the first founders, guardians of Adventure Quest. I played all of the Battle-On stuff. Perfect World, definitely did that. Jade Dynasty, yep. Battle of Immortals, did some of that. Forsaken World, yep. WoW, Guild Wars 2, Guild Wars 1 as well. Final Fantasy XV, ESO, yep. Too many. Yeah, me too, Cinerex. I've played a lot of MMOs. Okay, but vanilla is so fucking good. It is, though. So thank you, Tethys, for being on the ball. Yes, if you enjoy our streams and you aren't already a member of our Discord, why not come join our Discord? It's a lovely time. We're with a bunch of lovely peoples. Also, don't forget right now, if you want to actually help me out, if there's something you want to talk to me about in terms of like lore or Endwalker spoilers and stuff, feel free to @me for now, because it is very helpful to know that people are looking for that without, because I'm not able to check Discord as constantly lately with the getting up as late as I do. Vanilla, when it is made right, is great. True. Don't forget that we have a Twitch. Come follow us on Twitch. It's where we do Sloppy Sundays. It's a good time. And it's where we'll also be doing future Final Fantasy non-14 stuff. Follow us on Twitter if you like interesting stuff. If you like what we do, consider showing your support over on Patreon, where you can get your name up in the credits, as well as all sorts of fun rewards. I'm going to be doing our first monthly live Q&A. And I'm going to be doing that probably here on YouTube. We'll see. And I'll be doing that maybe on Thursday on my day off. We'll see. We have merchandise. Don't forget you can go to Redbubble. You can get all sorts of fun stuff based on our lovely, lovely art. We have our podcast over on Spotify. We have the Lore Talks and the End Talkers. Yeah. And don't forget that we are currently going to be off Thursdays for a bit while I still continue to recover from the COVID fatigue. So we've got Monday, Tuesday will be live streams. Wednesday will be new video. Thursdays will be off for me. Friday will be Lore Book Club. Saturday will be community event, which we'll be doing tomestones this week. And then Sunday is Sloppy Sundays, where we do whatever the heck we're feeling like. I also played for about a week of WoW. Brother sent me a free link. Yeah. Night, everyone. Yeah. Do you enjoy written format? We also have the written lore over on eorzeanarchives.com. That is written by Nineri, who does lovely, lovely work. So, thank you, everyone. I hope you have a lovely evening and life. And look at that beautiful flower. Charity Sunsor. Charity. So thank you, everyone. Is that Charity? Huh? I hope you all do well. I'm off to my local Culvers. And again, Astriel, thank you so much for your $150. Wow. Thank you. Much appreciated.